We requested questions as the dev team. The results is around 50% larger than the last Q&A we ran in February, which I liked a lot. Do you follow a development methodology such as Agile development using Scrum? Really don't care about that. If about 10 years ago you had all the knowledge about the game development you right now, would you still develop your game engine like now or use external? Who the fuck cares about that, man? No commercial. Well, they use a build server with nightly builds. It's very comprehensive. Who fucking cares about this stuff, man? What is this? This isn't even like PoE related. How does QA integrate into development process? That's actually a good question. They either work on checking resolved issues in our trunk version of the game or performing quality assurance on patch candidates before they're developed. I wonder about that. Hey, a follower. Rat the Rat. Thanks for following me. Cleto with the resub. Nice. Rat the Rat, dude. Oh, got me baffled. Thank you very much, Clethal, for the resub. I appreciate that, man. It's really nice of you. Fucking... which program you use? Dude, come on. I love playing games, and Path of Exile has been my go-to game for the past few months. Me being only 16, I'm looking into getting into a field. Can I get... what the fuck, game development? Are you thinking about a Linux port? I guess that's interesting. We'll certainly try... yeah, okay. What sort of long-term goal do you have as a company? Will you stick to the plan of making your ideal ARPG, or do you plan to eventually branch out into another game? I remember that asking this a couple times. I wonder if this changed. Ready Gear Games was created to make Path of Exile. We have grand plans for the future of Path of Exile. We have not started development on any other game. Yeah, that's what I've been hearing. Like, they said that basically they're gonna be making Path of Exile. No Path of Exile 2, no shit like that. They're just gonna keep updating the game for as long as people are gonna be playing it. So I'm happy that that actually isn't changing. Discharge, SRS, Crit, Ice Nova, Summon Skelly's Crit Ball Lightning, all on 5 links are like mana intensive. I don't know, I feel like there's very few, like, mana... how mana intensive something was directly dependent on how much it synergizes with, like, EB. So... I wouldn't say that there's so many skills that are so mana dependent right now. There are like plenty of mana solutions, and I don't know. Then again, I'm playing Shockwave Totem and I'm fucking ripping my hair out because it's really annoying with the mana, so we'll see. Huge job. Oh my god. Current graphics engine based. Oh my god. Could any of us work for GGG? Are there job opportunities in the game industry? Yeah, that's great. The best worst thing about being a gaming company based in New Zealand, the best part is getting to live in New Zealand. Wow, that's interesting. The worst part is that... rip that guy! The worst part is that it's hard to hire people. Okay, so there's apparently nobody living in New Zealand. Rip? Yeah, I'd say Incinerate's pretty mana intensive, but there are workarounds. I mean, everything has to have a workaround. Yeah, he said that many times, so I'm just happy that they're not changing their policy about PoE. Well, then again, a new game could be something more exciting, right? Gamescom in Cologne, would you come next year? I would absolutely love to bring some developers to Europe to meet our fans over there. I actually would probably travel there. If Path of Exile people would be there, I'd probably travel to Cologne. It's not even that far away. How far away is it actually? It's like 600 kilometers or something? Maybe 800? Hello? Oh, Jesus. Makes a lot more sense. Just do it like this. Does this work? Ooh, 1,100. Really? Holy shit. Okay, I take it back. For whatever reason, I thought it was closer. Like, it's so close to travel for me to, like, Berlin. Cologne is all the way over here. Actually, almost went to a Battleforge tournament in Cologne once. That's the story with my, electricity cutting off for 12 hours for the first time in like fucking 20 years. Ah, kill me. Stupid Germany being all big. Germany's not that big. It's just very... like, as far away from Poland as it can possibly be. Racist city, confirmed. Did you guys upgrade to Windows 10 in the Path of Exile headquarters? Some upgraded. I'm waiting a few weeks more. There you go. That's a good reason. Oh my god, dude. All these like dev questions. It's crazy. Babe, you're great. Thanks for the follow, dude. Would you guys ever do a video diary of the day-to-day life in the office? We'd like to. It's interesting that they would actually like to do that, but these can be very disruptive, and at the moment we're working on improvements as fast as we can. Alright, so it's never happening, basically. Alright, gotcha. I was surprised by what they said here, like, we'd like to. I'm pretty sure you fucking wouldn't like to do that, GGG. Unless you, like, never do this type of stuff, because you never have time for it. It's pretty clear they work pretty hard, so it's like, just a different type of priority, but I have to be political about this. Shout out to devs working late for patch 2.2. I was wondering how much of a grind is working at GGG. How often that happens, and do you feel it's really productive? It's usually really good, but sometimes emergencies occur. The guys involved in 2.0 point B really wanted to deploy it that evening, so they stayed late night to make it happen. That's why I thanked them in the patch notes. They went above and beyond. Damn, dude. It feels like they're always working like that, to be honest. It feels like there's always somebody like going crazy in the GGG offices. It's working as hard as possibly humanly possible. Possibly. Flame search better than SRL. I don't know. I mean, there's a reason why intelligence grants you mana, no? You have to utilize that, like, aspect of things. And the fact that you're a caster means you're close to EB, I mean... just try and work with the EB. It's like... I don't know. Players being close to Revelry but not utilizing it, although it's a lot less universal than EB. But like players not utilizing it because, I don't know. But like some builds really benefit from it. Well, Revelry's kind of useful. I mean, it's not useless right now, but like with the addition of jewels, I feel like it needs kind of a rework to be a little bit more... just be a little bit more for certain skills. It's me. What kind of MTG is played at the office? The guys are playing an Origin Seal League at the moment. Previously, there has been a lot of tiny leaders in Vintage. Isn't this Magic the Gathering? I don't get this. Are you guys at GG ever going to upgrade your N64 to a SNES or even an NES? Oh my goodness, how many cans of soda is consumed at GGG in a week? 500 to 600 drinks per week? Not all of which is soda. There are juices and stuff as well in the fridges. 500, 600? Holy shit, they give out free drinks. Game development, easy work. Shit, that's a lot. What's on your folks reading list right now? I'm looking for some new authors to check out. What? Soup or pie? The relatively anonymous answer among developers was pie. Dude, I couldn't fucking believe this when I saw it. Like, this seriously made me consider quitting the game. Like, I know often me and GGG have their like differences, and we wanna, you know, everyone has their idea, and obviously they're the devs, so I have to like, you know, go with it. But this is just like, I couldn't believe it. I can't fucking believe it. I feel like I'm never gonna agree on anything with anyone ever. If I ever come to New Zealand, is it possible to visit you guys in your office? Played with the thought of doing my vacation there. It's certainly possible to arrange, but please email contact GG first to make sure it's okay at the time you're coming. Sometimes we're too busy to allow it. Wow, that's crazy. No? That's right, boys, that's right. I can't believe they chose soup over pie. Dude, I'm gonna get some soup right now. Like, what the fuck? One sec. Alright, I gotta let the soup warm up. Alright, alright. Where did we stop? Actually, oh yeah, this, I can't believe there are lags, something like that. This sounds like something that could get really overboard. You know, it's like unique items creation and all that kind of stuff, where it's like, oh, that's pretty cool. And then 1,000 people do it, and you're just so tired of it. How many hours did developers and staff spend sleeping in the office? I think I am the only person who has slept overnight at the new office. Though I guess it was during the day after all-nighter for the Awakenings launch, so maybe it doesn't count. Huh. That's interesting. That's pretty awkward, no? Like sleeping at the office? I never understood that when people do that. Do you have any stories or pictures of Georgia? Of George the Peacock? I miss George. It was cool and weird to have a peacock wandering around near the office a lot of the time. Here's a video of him we took a few years ago. How come I've never like heard about this? What is this private video? George the Peacock? Hello? I've never heard about this. What? Fucking George. I like how this, I wonder who's filming this. He seems scared. He's like terrified to go closer to George. Grinding gear George. Alright. This is actually pretty cool. Looks like an asshole. Yeah, he's like running away and stuff. What an asshole. Fucking peacocks. I'm a computer scientist major who has just returned to college after a few years. That's actually really cool. I've been eyeing internships all over the place, but mainly in the gaming industry. Does GGG ever plan on doing summer internships? We don't, sorry. RIP. How often are developers required to play Path of Exile in a typical week? Developers aren't required to play Path of Exile. They play because they choose to. Much of the play occurs on our internal servers rather than the live servers, so that we can test future patches. Though some developers like Mark have prominent characters in current challenge leagues, aka Neon's the only one playing the game. Alright, gotcha. We already knew that. Come on, Chris. What vendor did Chris get his Horror Reef shirt? That shirt is amazing. Wow, Chris actually knows where he got it. A shop in Rarotonga, Cook Islands in 2001. That's actually, wow. He knows where he got the shirt. That's the type of shirt that, like, you get as a joke for your birthday or something and you just forget about. And one day you like dig it up because you have to go to a party where like the special theme is being a retard or something. I'm sorry, Chris. I love you, but that shirt just does not work. I mean, I wear some shitty shirts. Don't get me wrong, but that's like a whole new level. I remember I used to have this. Well, I still have it actually. I just don't have it in Gdańsk. It's like a Van Halen shirt, but it's like all flowery and colorful and like super messed up. It's really weird, and it's falling apart too because it's like really badly made, so it's just like falling apart and parts of it are missing like from a broken sign. It's interesting. Really, really interesting how your taste changes, I guess. To Chris, do you yourself browse Reddit or the other people on staff look through and bring your attention to hot topics? I mean, come on. People link me forum posts and Reddit posts to read or respond. How come I'm not hearing any sounds? Proto.js, thank you very much for the follow, dude. Hence my activity there is evenings and such. Alright. Why the name Grinding Gear Games? You grind for gear in our games. Gotcha. Chris, were you born troll or does one become a troll with power? The latter. Troll with power? I don't know, I'm pretty trolly and I don't have much power. Gazing Dines Kappa. Oh boy. Was the best fisherman at GGG? Let's just say that one day we were filming the shaving video. I asked, does anyone have a fishing rod in their car? Carl did. I actually knew this story before. That's pretty funny. Chris, are you still bald? Yes, I shaved my head for you guys and I'll keep it that way. Dude, Chris is bald for our sins. That's pretty amazing. Will you update the GGG website? I think it is quite outdated. Yes, eventually. Huh, I wonder about that. Yeah, the GGG website actually does look kind of like some sort of free-to-play game website from like 20 years ago. For some reason it doesn't load either. Rip. That actually, it never struck me as that. But I guess some updates could be made. Will there be some introductions of the old and new GGG staff members? That'll be cool. I'll talk to Bex about working it into the news. Okay. Just shave your stupid hair too. I'm doing it, man. Well, not shave, but it's slowly going away. Don't worry. How was your holiday? Good, thanks. Vegan is pretty crazy. Oh, Vegas! Like, Vegan's pretty crazy, dude. Where'd you go? Tell me something I don't know about the albino royal feather. Despite aggressively trying to find one on the live servers, I never have. Come on, that's kind of a cop-out. Aggressively trying to find one on the live servers. I've only ever found a royal feather once myself. That's pretty cool, I guess. Tell me something. When will build of the week return? Oh goodness. We're planning for it to return soon. How come I can't read today, man? Maybe I have to like zoom this bitch up or something. Yeah, that's actually not a bad idea. It's actually not a bad idea. It's a lot of fun to put together and gets great feedback. We've just been focusing on post-awakening fixes so far and haven't yet filmed any build of the week episodes. Bex has been posting some links to interesting build guides in the news recently for players who are hungry for build ideas. The build of the week series will probably focus on special builds. Special builds! Well, I'm happy that they're getting great feedback. I'm sure Chris loves the drama whenever build of the week happens. God. It's like every video, there's some shit. When does the next season of races start? I had a ton of fun last season. At the end of the next fucking week, man. We should be announcing it tomorrow. Dude, that's so amazing. Like, I've read about this before. This is pretty much the part until when I read it, and I'm like, dude, this is so cool. So we'll be playing Diablo tomorrow and like for a little bit, and then we're back to PoE, man. And maybe they're gonna launch like a 1-week race, or maybe it's gonna be short races. I don't know. Either way, we're gonna do them a lot. Because if it's gonna be like a 1-month league, then I'm gonna try to go for 100. For the second time ever. Only once did I attempt to go for 100 was with the SRSer. And yeah, I'll try, but it might just end up being Cyclone or something boring. I'll try and play something cool and like fun in the beginning, and then when I'll get back like bored with that, I'll try to switch. So basically, I want like 3 types of builds that I could possibly do on a single character, and then just rotate through those builds and actually try and do it. But we'll see. Like in a race, it's a little bit different because somebody's just gonna, you know, play like flame totem, gonna play like incinerate totems, and I can't compete. So yeah, we'll see how that's gonna turn out. What are you guys talking about? Cyclone is so fun. Cyclone is really fun, man. Thank you for the follow, Reversal Psychology. Alright. Will we see Endless Legend next season? I think I'm not the only one who can't wait for it. Yes. Fuck yeah. Get rid of Descent. Give us Endless Legend. I mean, people want Descent. It's just me. It's just me that doesn't want Descent. But if it's there, that's cool. If Descent actually isn't in this race season, and if there's like, depending on the amount of party races, we might try and go for like a lot of points this time around. Because I never tried to go for the points. I'll be honest, I was supposed to do it like this season that happened, but the party races scared me off. Like I was pretty prepped. I was doing every single race, and then the first party, and then like the first immolation race happened or whatever it was. And I'm like, dude, all of these are party races. Because I remember somebody told me that there's like 6 party races in the entire season. I'm like, hell yeah, that's so fucking cool. And then I realized that all of that Immolation, Tempest shit, Infernal or whatever it's called, they're all party races. So it's just like, might as well not do it. We can party together, Rise? Yeah, right. Like that one time, right, Gucci? I mean, JSTQ plays in 200 ping and he does fine, right? Will there be any guild improvements in this league? Guild improvements? We're aware of the requests for several quality of life features like control clicking items into the guild stash. We're working on some urgent stuff before those, but we intend to add many of these in the future over time. Yeah, so basically the same thing as they always say. Oh, what's up, Index? How did you know Index is here, dude? Are you going to party on Diablo? Yeah, you have to. You can't farm without a group in Diablo at all. You just cannot. I also have a small issue concerning guild stash. Why isn't it possible for guild leaders to change the guild stash tab order? Whatever, will you please release APIs that will provide better trading functionality than what is gained by indexing forum data? There are APIs coming that should improve the integration of service like PoE.trade with Path of Exile. They'll allow for more responsive, convenient indexing of people's items and will help reduce load on our site. I don't have the accurate timeline, but it's something like a month. Ooh. An API to see players currently Oh shit, an API to see if players are currently online is in its final steps of completion, and we'll be making it available to sites like PoE.trade so that the data is more accurate. That's really cool. Is Noogie in your D3 group? Fucking, I think so, man. I don't know what's up with Noogie. I mean, like I carried Machiavelli to a demi, I'm sure I can carry you. Alright, man. We can do that. Trading is a huge core part of your game and allows players to act as content for each other instead of relying on you to put out new acts and features. How high on the priority list is improving trading between players? Oh man, just the length of this answer screams bullshit. But okay, let's try and do this. Oh, what's up, Maury? How you doing, man? There are a lot of questions about trading. Questions thread. We're working on several different things that make the process of getting items into sites like PoE that trade easier. Yeah. These are improvements that are very possible in the near term, a month or so, and will have a big impact in the short term. There will probably be other improvements in the future. Advanced tech such as cross-instance trading would of course be awesome, but requires significant investment. We're very excited about the trade API changes we're looking on and look forward to talking more about it when they're closer to being ready. Fucking really? Yeah. I mean, I knew it's gonna be a bullshit answer just from the length of it, but like, they must have really messed up on the like the time schedule for Act 4, dude. If trading's getting pushed back, like, hasn't it been like over a year now? I think it's been a year, man. Holy shit. Will the Thanksgiving microtransaction be making a return this year? Who the fuck cares, man? Nothing returns anymore. I remember that one time they returned a microtransaction, or they made like players were able to buy an old legacy like microtransaction that wasn't available anymore, and yeah, players got really mad about that. Show us your nipples already. What the shit? Maybe later, dude. Yeah, cross-instance trading would be cool, but like, you don't really see that as a bullshit answer? It's a total bullshit answer. They told us like months ago that they're gonna integrate a new trading system, and now they're talking about the APIs, which is cool. But like, let's be honest, we're all super tired of XYZ. Like, people are just tired. But if they improve the thing where people can be online, like they mentioned in the other question, that's actually pretty cool. It's just like, what the fuck, man? It's been so long. It's been like a year. Like, legit. What the fuck is Top Ham? I don't know, dude. That is pretty cool, though. It sounds like something Duran would post. Oh yeah, for sure it's Duran. I fucking knew it. Duran has like the dankest fucking emoticons out of anyone. I don't even know how he finds like half of these things. Like the pay-to-win microtransactions. Yeah, everyone loves those. When a mob or a horde of monsters drops a bunch of items, mostly white, even in merciless mode, I have trouble to see the light blue color of the divination cards. It is almost white. Ah, you can set up an item filter to change this. Nice answer, nice answer. Fix your own shit. I don't mind that, that's pretty cool. Have you ever thought of adding the bandit quest reward choices into the passive skill tree visually, like little icons below the starting location maybe? This is a pretty cool idea. It's not something we've discussed and isn't something that I can guarantee we'll do, but I'll discuss it with them. aka it's never happening. It's like specters staying alive after, you know, you log out. It's been like over 2 years at this point. It's just not happening. How do I train the 4-month kitten? I have to not sleep in my bed when I go to sleep or my mousepad when I play. I don't know, man. Give it time. Why do we have a problem with a cat sleeping with you? Are you, like, catophobic or something? Will you ever introduce inventory tabs similar to stash tabs but with a limit? I think it's unlikely because constrained inventory space is an important gameplay element to us. Actually, I would love to see the reasoning for this. It promotes interesting decisions about items and... Oh, there's the reasoning. For whatever reason, I thought the next part won't be. Something like that. But items and discourages players from trucking everything that drops back to the vendor. It's also important for maps. Paying for inventory space in the field is also paying for gameplay advantages, which we don't do. It promotes interesting decisions. I guess I would agree with them. Just be happy that specters stay with you on zone change. Remember how it was before? Brr. Oh, dude, I don't remember that. No. I've played since day one open beta, and it was never like that. Maybe like way before in closed beta. Sell PoE to Blizzard, and then Rise can get his new trading system next week. Yeah. Blizzard's new trading system would be, you know what? We removed trading. It was like not so cool. Here you go. Go play. Oh, you want to roll maps? Nah, man. Fuck that. You're not rolling maps. You're. Oh god, don't get me started, man. And I'm playing D3 tomorrow too, and I'm already mad. God. So there's been a lot of new content in Act 4. Will there be a new hideout decorations as well? Also be new hideout. Dude, I can't read. We shouldn't be doing this. Like, I legit cannot read today. We have some cool art for decorations. Good point. Yeah, that's great, man. It's just not happening. Same thing we said about desync, item filters, etc. I didn't say those things. Maybe you said that. The only item filters, I always thought that they're gonna make item filters. The only thing that I said about desync is don't expect desyncs to be changed, but if it does happen, it's like a happy miracle. I didn't expect them to change anything, but it happened, so yeah. Should be pretty hyped. Art 4 hype? Did I say Art 4? I cannot fucking read today. How much have you thought about developing a new endgame that isn't maps or the goal of level 100? I think it's quite safe to say that more endgame activities are coming in the future. It's kind of funny how the bosses turned out, right? Like, people don't really farm them, other than Dry Lake. People don't really farm bosses yet for like special loots, and they don't really have like separate buckets for stuff or anything like that. I wonder. I remember Rise getting jumped on in your channel, everyone shouting me down saying desync can't be fixed, you idiot. Oh boy. Yeah, people were pretty mad about different things. I mean, Path of Exile crowd is, you know, a bunch of like very enthusiastic people, right? So yeah, it's gonna be like that. This song drives me crazy. What is it? It's Warcraft 2 soundtrack. Can somebody link this to me? Yeah, sure, man. Here you go. What strength dex int ratio would it have? Oh, has the addition of another character class ever been considered? I mean, yeah, they added the Scion. What strength dex int ratio would it have? We covered all 7 combinations with the existing classes. Oh, wow. Well, they did say that they're probably not going to be adding another class, but this is pretty... This sounds pretty... final. Can you discuss how you arrived at the current implementation of jewels? They ended up being so simple compared to other item types in PoE. No level requirement, only 4 mods, no quality bonus, 3 different bonuses, but no implicit to differentiate. With the simplicity... Oh, shit! Somebody sub! That's what I'm talking about. Oh, nice! Thank you very much, Russell, for the 9-month resub, dude. That's crazy. Really appreciate that. They added the shadow? Dude, you've been playing for a long time, man. I don't remember any of these things. Was this simplicity a deliberate design goal from the start, something that fell out of early balancing, something that you went with to get them out and hope to revisit later? We're pleased we took the time to work out what jewels needed before we committed to their design. Beta gave us lots of data that allows us to iterate in a live environment. Simplicity you mentioned evolved in the first conversation about jewels. We like things to be as elegant as they can be while adding complexity to the game. As a self-contained system, jewels are a pleasure to work on. You can view the distance to the jewel sockets as a level requirement. The 4 mods restriction is to make the mods more impactful. If we did 6, that'd be individually a lot weaker. What the fuck are you talking about? Shadow didn't come in closed beta? What are you talking about, man? It was like that in open beta? No, it wasn't. Are you like trolling or something? Oh, you're talking to somebody else? Shadow came during closed beta. No, it didn't. Yes, it did. Sex, no homo. Some guys like immediately be. Alright, man, you guys go have sex. What is the highest number of deaths on a single character? I didn't have an answer to that question, but I remember back in 2013 when we had to ban bots manually before there were good tools for this, and I ran into one that was a day old and had died over 1,000 times. God damn. Must have been some Diablo 3 player trying to set up his bot. There's nobody above Rise. What unique is currently equipped the most throughout all of PoE? What unique is currently equipped the least? Gotta be Veil, right? In Warbands, the most commonly equipped unique is the Survival Secrets Jewel. The most common that is in a quest reward is Tabula Rasa. Survival Secrets? What is that? Quest reward? What the fuck is that? What? Avatar of Fire wasn't in the closed beta. What the fuck? This is the most equipped thing? Really? It's actually quite interesting, considering our conversation about mana before. Least commonly equipped item is Powerlessness. It's 91 times less commonly equipped than Veil of the Night in that league. Powerlessness. What is this? Oh, okay. God. Should have figured, man. Man, why am I so itchy right now? The folks at GGG considered possibly adding in an auto sort option for each page of your stash. While the answer to this specific question is no, there's some interesting experimental stuff that is very loosely related to this that you might get to see in a month or two. Everything's in a month, man. It's gonna be exciting. Avatar of Fire was in closed beta. You high, bro. I'm pretty sure they added it in closed beta, in open beta. I'm pretty freaking sure. You think so? We'll just get that early on. with casters. Alright, exported to the website, already done, you can view. Yeah, that happened. Will warband stampas be incorporated permanently into the game? Elements of them will be, but they weren't designed to be ported across in their entirety. Yeah, so it's kind of weird that they still stand by this whole thing of them being filler leagues. Why are there no Divine Eternal Hybrid Flasks? We feel there doesn't need to be, but we can add... But we can and may add these in the future. I don't... Really? Does this have to be here? What do you consider the biggest compromise you've made to the original vision of the game? Adding more item allocation options. It's meant to be free for all. Wow, I always... Wow, that actually makes a lot of sense. Like with the way they were developing like item allocations and all that kind of shit, they just wanted. It's on the forums, but I can link it in chat. No, this is like an account swapped with another account. I had like a couple accounts. I was one of those kids that didn't want to buy stash tabs, so I like spread my wealth across multiple accounts. Wow, this makes a lot of sense. I mean, Diablo 2 style, whoever grabs it first wins. That's like this is why GGG doesn't know how to balance melee. This is exactly why, because the fix and the balance for melee was supposed to be the fact that they're closer to the drops, so they can steal it away from everyone. This makes so much sense, man. Oh god. In Act 1, you have to travel through Minerva's lair because Piety blocks the Emperor's road with spikes. But what would you have been in the standard way people take? But what would have been the standard way people take to Sarn from the forest encampment on? Cross Creighton's bridge to the other side of Lake Constance and travel to the northwest. You follow the road over the bridge and through the Bastiri Plains to Sarn. This can be seen on the map of Fairy Class posters. God damn it, dude. I should. There's so much more of this. I'm barely reading through it right now. Have you any thoughts on letting the waypoints in our hideouts being movable? This unfortunately is an impractical change. The waypoints are built into the hideout as part of its layout. RIP. Would you maybe add a mannequin for your hideout? You can put weapons and armor to show off. Who the fuck cares? Plans to add crit effects for physical and chaos damage like shock for lightning. It's discussed occasionally and would certainly be cool to include them in the future. This is unexplored design space. Definitely, man. I don't know. They have poison in the game. I feel like something with poison would just like be enough. You have to make it scale a little bit better, obviously. But like dot damage in general is always going to be pretty weak, but it's an interesting mechanic that can be there by default without actually breaking the game, right? Because you're already killing the mob anyway, so why would the like degens in ARPGs, degens that have initial damage in ARPGs that just don't benefit you that much, because mobs tend to not have enough life, especially if the degens are like percent based off of the actual hit that you do. So I don't know. Oh, hey Snicks. Hey Ja. Hey Rugmuch. Wait, didn't you just resub Rugmuch? Oh, I could have sworn you just resub, but thank you very much for the resub, man. I appreciate the support. That's very nice of you. Yeah, I still remember from the free-for-all days, I still do this actually. I still hold down my mouse button on items to pick them up. So, yeah. I feel like that definitely contributed to my Hillock rep. Let's just say that. Is Neon's death of Thornflesh in Tempest somewhat related to removal of Thornflesh shortly after? Yes, that's that's really. So Neon basically baby raged out, and they're like, "Oh yeah, okay, So the players weren't kidding. I actually didn't see this death. What happened with this? Was he on the ladder or what? I've hoarded a large volume of gems. Craft to consume excessive gem drops. At this point we don't plan to add a sink for these gems. I remember when quantity gems were removed, I still have like 30 of them because I used to gather every single gem and actually get some sick currency out of it. So I have like 30 quantity gems in hardcore. And each of them is probably worth quite a bit, huh? There's no excuse for dying to Hillock. That was a total bullshit death, man. I still stand by what I said. Yeah, I haven't seen it. I don't know what happened with that. What's up with this music, man? Holy shit, it's been 46 minutes. I'm so sorry I'm so slow, guys. This is pretty fun stuff, though. I'm really enjoying this Q&A. Alright, I can't listen to that. Play the Neon Death. I don't know where it is, man. There's only one Neon Death that I know. Neo's death scene. Oh. Rip Neon. 2013. Kills himself. Pop the Weasel. Yeah. I actually have no idea. I didn't hear about this. You missed the first hour? Yeah. Still like 3 more hours to go. Is there anything said about performance issues of PoE? I'm tired of this shit. Probably, yeah. When your months go quickly? Lol. I mean, I'm a busy guy. I try and do as much as possible right now. So yeah, months go by quickly, I think. Yeah, I'm sure there's gonna be some political answers about game performance and fucking ground effects. I mean, I'm sure it's somewhere in here. Xenomap mods are interesting and IMO fun, but presently they are largely counterposed to using Volorbs on maps, and that usually works out better. Have you considered changing the addition cost to Xenomods to corrupted maps to be a flat 1 Volorb instead of 1 Volorb per chaos spent? We're happy with the price being 1 Volorb per chaos spent. Fucking really? It's consistent, suitable, expensive, and people are using it. To make it a lot cheaper would probably cause the overwhelming amount of use. Fucking really? They're happy with it? I thought it was bullshit. Especially now when, like, you never have Volorbs. In the past you would have so many, but now you just never have Volorbs. And if you do have Volorbs, you're probably wasting currency anyway. Do you have any concerns about people using multiple dummy accounts to try to manipulate the market? Oh my god, really? It's pretty common for players to have a second account for the purpose of trading because map portals are limited. Players often don't want to leave their map to perform a trade. We don't have any concerns with players having alternate accounts. That's like answering the first like 4 words of the question and nothing else in here. Oh well, it's unfortunate. Is the music loud or something? It should be alright. Night Elf OP. It was. Well, Nightwhale, Orc was most OP towards the end of Warcraft, or I guess in the current meta. Even though it hasn't changed in like 8 years or however long I haven't played Warcraft for. I've heard some rumors of people using a tool that can scan players' inventories so they can get first dibs on a rare item like mirrors before they're publicly listed. This is like from the drama thing. Is such a tool possible? Is there any information that can be pulled from the servers that's not available on the website? This is not possible. We've spent a lot of time looking into it and haven't found any evidence evidence that this is real. If you have any information about exploits like this, please let us know. People can see items that are equipped and characters don't have the privacy options set, but they cannot see items in the stashes or inventory. Peace. Interesting. So they lied about that too, or GG just doesn't know what to do? Blade Master Rush? Hell yeah, man. Sell TP scroll, get those blades. Never forget. I would like to know if you plan to rebalance damage values in the near future in high level content in Act 4. That sounds great. I mean, this question. Because with boss mechanics the way they are and the values, especially physical damage, playing melee is kind of a challenge and not a good one like Ziggy's unique challenge. Oh my god. Any build that has to stand still to deal damage is worse off than a build that can run like a chicken while dealing damage, whispering eyes, totems, etc. That really kills build diversity. Hey man, haven't you seen the other question? They meant for everything to be free for all, the loot. That was the balance for it. You guys wanted loot allocation, you ruined the balance of the game. There's an element of truth to this statement. Damage is higher than it has been for a while. Having said that, build diversity is also at a high, especially in the end game. I would agree. Build diversity is much higher now than it ever was. At least from what I remember. There's nothing like overwhelmingly dominant. I mean, Incinerate is pretty up there, but it's not Flame Blast status quite yet. We recently sampled builds used by both level 90, 95, and level 99 to 100, and players were oh dude, I can't. Chai, you want to do like the second half of this and I'll just listen to it? I cannot fucking read today. And we're very impressed with how varied they were. It's a big difference to the 1.3x series of patches. We are keeping an eye on physical damage and mitigation options. I don't think they're gonna do anything with it. They shouldn't either. I mean, as the game like develops, it's just gonna get easier and easier, so it's pretty fine. Sound it out, dude. I cannot like do these things. Yeah, I don't think so. 5 OP builds and the rest is still viable? I wouldn't say that. I mean, it's just Incinerate in my opinion. Other skills are situational. Some are better than others for sure. I mean, that's always going to be the case because like every mechanic can't be the same and just fucking add a, you know, different kind of color to a skill or something. That'd be just straight up boring. But yeah, build diversity is higher than ever. I mean, players are still figuring out the game, so yeah, I like it. I don't really get where this question is coming from. Maybe, yeah, I mean, it was highly prompted by the like melee concerns that he was talking about, but what can you do? All resident sleeper build? I mean, not really, dude. I disagree. People complain about casters, but casters are not bad. Like, they're not. C is for call upon our Dark Lord Satan. The fuck? SRS Incinerator Cyclone. Oh, Cyclone is melee. I mean, it doesn't fucking matter. People didn't play Flame Blast for like an entire year when it was out, and it was like 3 times stronger than what the final version of Flame Blast was before the Prolif nerf. So, I mean, give it time. People are testing stuff. Even if there are like highly dominant builds, GGG won't ever see these statistics because they don't care about like endgame players like at all. I mean, it's like Havok's character name, whatever it was. Like GGG doesn't give a fuck about endgame players or something like that. It's true, man. They really don't give a fuck. They really don't. They never really listen to any of their concerns. So, at least that's my feeling. So, yeah, they're just like statistically, there's a lot of people playing a lot of different builds because they're still testing it. So it still looks great. We'll see next league. Oh, hates elite players it was. There you go. Would you consider changing the map system to give us option to run low-level maps with a higher level, kind of like Xana, but in a doing it yourself way via the map device? E.g. put in a mountain ledge on the left side and a torture chamber on the right side, and you get a level 74 mountain ledge. Lets you get rid of low-level maps and still requires finding the high-level ones. Ooh, that's really interesting. At face value, this is a cool idea. However, we want people to run a variety of map types as they have a variety of different challenges. Being able to run high-level map versions of the same lower tile set over and over would become boring a lot faster. There may be another way to achieve the same goal without the repetition. Make it random. Like, I think the guy lost it when he said that this would turn into 74 mountain ledge. It should turn into a 74 map that's like 60, any 69 map basically is what it should turn into, but the map's gonna be level 74. But then, well, people would still pick like, what's the best map level right now that has like the best maps? 75s? I don't know. Old 73s always felt good. Yeah, I guess there's no like very dominant thing, right? 69 maps are pretty good, actually, right now. And 71s are good too. I wonder. 73, 74? I mean, 73, 74, temples, dark forest. I mean, 74s are terrible. Labyrinths, torture chambers, mines. That's way bad. 75s are cells and orchards and dark forests, along with dried peninsula, which is really good. Old 72s. So like waste pool. I don't know, man. I don't think there's anything that's like that dominant. That's actually a really cool suggestion. Like half of it is cool. Fuck. I'm an idiot. I wonder if any of this is updated. Oh, it is. Cool. Alright, so 68s. 68s are actually really solid. Tropical Island. And Dunes would probably make up for like... Well, they're very like different kind of layouts. So 68 would be an okay option. 69 is my suggestion, and it's Wharf, Thicket, which are great. Sewer is garbage. Mountain Ledge is amazing. Channel is an okay map. I mean, it's an okay map. I want to say Cemetery is pretty good. The density isn't very high, but all round it's like a pretty packed map. It's just very big, so it takes a lot of time. Arcade is basically a bazaar, so it's like okay, but it's nothing crazy. Yeah, 69 is looking pretty great. 69 is looking pretty great. Pretty. Okay, 70s are Ghetto, Mud Geyser, Museum, Quarry, Reef, Spider, Lair, Volt Pyramid, Vaults of Aziri. 70s are very like versatile. Yeah, you guys love that 69. 69 is the best, man. But these are these are good. 70s are good, okay. Well, I mean, they're like packed maps, but the best part about them is there's like if you're wanting to run like dunes or Trop Islands and you get a crypt, you're completely fucked. This doesn't seem to happen much with 70s. Arena, Promenade, Shore, Phantasmagoria, Spider Forest, Tunnel. This is a pretty good setup also. Pretty packed maps. Bog, Coves, Graveyard, Pier, Underground Sea, Villa. 72s are bad. 73s, Arachnid Nest, Catacombs, Colonnade, Dry Pen, Strand, Temple. Holy fuck, yeah, you guys were right. 73s are really solid right now. The only problem being Villa, but Villa is pretty... Oh no, Villa's 72. Yeah, okay, man. So Dry Woods and Temple being the worst ones. And Dry Woods isn't even a bad map, it's just difficult to navigate through. And Temple tends to offer very little reward for how big the instance is, just because of the ribbons. Jungle Valley, Waste Bowl, nah. City 4 Zargarbo. Too many bricks. Canyon, Cells, Dark Forest, Dry Pen, Canyon. Oh boy. Yeah, I mean there's a small selection of these. And I mean the rest like really doesn't matter because you wouldn't be running these anyway. 77s are probably the best out of the higher maps. It's like Volcano's GG, Plateau's GG, Necropolis is GG, and Bazaar is pretty good too. Well, Volcano is pretty low on the density. Same for Plat. They're just like such a cruise control map, you know? It's just easy peasy. And then Necropolis is really fucking packed. Yeah, canyons and dry pens are amazing. I mean, you wouldn't really put anything else into the device to get like one map out of. How's Volcano GG? Volcano's really fucking easy, man. It's just a straight goddamn line. It's like complaining about Gorge, you know? Can't really complain about that map. It's garbage density. It's really long. It's... yeah. But it's just an incredibly easy map to clear. Very straightforward. Not risky at all. You know. Promotes mobility. It's good. Bazaar, suck dick. Bazaar is like okay. Mine, well, mine's really packed. Labyrinth is something that sucked dick. You know? That's bad. Bazaar is... Bazaar is okay. I feel like if you clear it well, it's alright. Unless you get like one shot, sketch one shot or something like that. But it's definitely not as bad as a Labyrinth or a Crypt or... well, villas are sketchy, but they're not really bad density-wise. Or like an orchard, you know? Those, in my opinion, suck dick. Roll together, yeah. That's a pretty cool thing. That was a pretty cool question. I think they should definitely look into something like that. I remember people talking about a system like that in the past, where like you could spawn random maps with Xana, but this is something a lot cooler because it actually requires an investment. Malformation, yeah. Phantasmagoria is pretty hates. There's like 4 mobs in the entire map. You just enter the map and it's like less than 20 remaining. It's crazy bad. Any of those Belly of the Beast maps are just terrible. Will the add Forsaken Masters crafting for jewels? Jewels only allow 4 mods. This is a big deal for master crafting because it's so much easier to get a good 3 mod. Okay, so no. How does something like lightning penetration interact with Voltex? What kind of question is this? You don't deal lightning damage, so it doesn't. I'd like to know about the actual game engine. Please no. Is there any information on changing it or adding blah 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 performance? Oh, okay. There's like performance question. It's a performance question essentially. Is there any intention of changing it or adding options for us to lower the detail of particles or something that help us to improve the performance of our game, since this game is pretty heavy and lots of us have serious lag issues and can't really play in hardcore leagues or run high risk maps, etc. Or any maps with ground effects for that. Yeah. I like Orchard maps. I don't. Orchard is like almost equal to a Labyrinth. I mean, It depends what kind of build you're running. If you're running like a high armor based build, then it's not that bad. But like if you have no way of defending yourself against bursts of spikes efficiently, or if you're playing like a totem build or something, then yeah, you're gonna be really pissed off about orchards. But overall, like the density is there for sure. And like sometimes it's bugged out right now, where sometimes you can't like clear a portion of the map, which is really annoying too. We're working on engine improvements over time. As you can see from patch notes, performance improvements are made whenever possible. We're very aware of the problems for some users and want to improve them. Fuck, man, why didn't they answer the lower the details of particles? Like, they keep dodging this thing. Like, they keep dodging it. I mean, it's a lot of questions to answer, I understand, but fuck. Like, so many people have been asking about this, and they replied to this like way back with a comment like, it's important for us for the game to be like very visual, even though it's very much not visual. I mean, tiny little, you know, bear drop kicks you and you like lose half of your life, and then some fucking crazy explosion stuff hits you. Nothing happens to you, you know. It's not very good. Invasion bosses aren't used much in PoE at present, other than in one particular Tempest. Have you considered making Xana's signature mod +1 invasion bosses more accessible and/or make it more appealing? It's 2 mods then. There's discussion of changing her signature mod to something else. Alright. I wish there would be more invasion bosses, but also they're pretty easy right now. Are there any plans on making the Forsaken Masters mission when you meet them out in the wild more consistent in terms of how you start the mission with the Master? Currently, on most of them, as soon as you talk with them, the mission begins. On other Masters, you need to click Start Mission, which IMO is what it should be. Maybe also put an amount of EXP that the Master would get if you completed the mission before you did it. Huh, that's a cool suggestion. It's like almost as groundbreaking as when they added like EXP bars to Pokemons back in like Pokemon Gold or something. It's crazy. This was decided on a per master basis previously, but could be re-evaluated. I'll talk to guys about it. Showing the amount of experience that would be received in a mission completion is a cool idea. I really like that idea too. The melee skills without inherit AoE, Viper Strike, Puncture, Melee. Okay, melee skills essentially. Everything. Feel extremely weak right now. Firstly, is this true in your usage numbers? If so, are there any plans to make these skills see more use? Usage shows that these are popular choices for single target skills. That's it? I feel like they should have expanded a little bit more on this. And I guess it is true, I mean, if that's the point of them, I suppose. Playing without EXP bars was so dance game. I know, fucking right? Pokemon changed for me entirely when EXP bars were added. It's like it's like when you think about playing Path of Exile without health bars now. Like, I watched some of the old Path of Exile videos, and I don't even know how I played this game, man. I have like no fucking idea how I played Path of Exile without HP bars. And I did for a long time, for like well over a year. Isn't that ridiculous? Try and turn off HP bars right now. It's crazy. You're fighting like 5 different mobs, you have no idea how much life they've got. I can't imagine it. It blew my mind the other day. Such a good addition that they've made to the game. Really, really like that. Chances of adding remaining mobs in the area to the map description when hit tab. We're considering doing this once the number of monsters remaining drops under some numbers like 20 or so. Yeah, I've heard this before. They said this before because they don't like players knowing how many mobs there are in the map. There's going to be another cutthroat event. Oh god. Yes, we can't announce when, but it's something we enjoy running. Yeah, players enjoy running it too for like about 1/28th of the entire event, where they like play for 12 hours and then the league is dead for the next week. Hate HP bars. Life bars on mobs, on enemy mobs. Yeah, Path of Exile used to not have life bars on enemy mobs. I mean, you could fuck, I don't know if I'm not gonna one-shot everything. Flame Blast full screen dies. Like, you could not see this, you know? You'd be hitting these mobs and you would have no idea how much life they've got. You could see the stuff in the top, but like you wouldn't know that this mob actually lost some HP or that this mob is like full life. How nuts is that? Like, that's so crazy to me. God, the cutthroat events. Hopefully they're gonna run like overlapping stuff with the cutthroat, because it's just not for everyone, man. It just doesn't work. I'm loving the lore object additions to Act 1 and 2 to bring them in line with later content. Will we see more of these? Really? I haven't read like one of those. I don't know. I'm not really interested in that. Absolutely. I mean, the lore is cool, but I feel like maybe a better way would be cooler. Maybe do it Diablo 3 style and like award EXP so that you kind of force players to take it. Make them act as chests would be like a lot better than clicking on them, getting your character locked for like a second, which puts you in danger because you randomly click on them sometimes, and then not really getting any sort of reward other than for some people potentially like annoying dialogue. So we'll see. Elemental Prolive was nerfed hard, which okay, dominate, blah blah blah. We're happy with the current state of LA Prolive. It's being used in several builds and it isn't dominating the metagame. I agree with this. This is good. It's still viable while not being broken. There are still undiscovered vendor recipes. Are there still undiscovered vendor recipes? I think they're all currently discovered, but I haven't personally checked. Whether they're all on the wiki is another question though. I was surprised to see a Regal Orb 1 get added to the wiki last week, years after people worked it out. The team planned to add more vendor recipes, but do they plan to announce that they're adding more vendor recipes though? So there's currently, if there's an Exalt recipe, somebody knows it, basically is what they're saying. And she was talking to an undercover cop. GG. She's done. Freeze stall when opening strong boxes or new effects being loaded. Well, this has been improved a lot. It did. More fixes to further reduce the problem are being worked on. Yeah. Okay. Are there any plans to introduce uniques that affect specific skills? Like, I don't know what's the purpose of like a question like this. I don't know who selected these, but there's like, this doesn't fucking answer anything. I mean, it's like, I don't know, like, GGG, half of my hideout is like missing graphics. Are you planning to change this in the future? And they're like, we're working on it. It's like, fuck yeah, what are they supposed to answer? You know, they're gonna go like, nah, we actually don't give a fuck about that. Thug life. No. They have to change this, like they have to. I don't know. Some of these questions are really pointless, but some of them are really cool. Really, really cool stuff. Are there any plans to introduce uniques that affect specific skills? A unique that allows you to also summon ranged weapons with the animate weapon skill. Most existing uniques are pretty general. I assume that's a design decision. We prefer uniques that have open-ended uses for certain builds. By saying that they only affect a specific skill, they're essentially ruled out for builds that use other skills. Other similar skills. Yeah, I agree. Let's not fucking... I like this idea from GG. Let's not add D3 style set items into the game. Having said that, we're experimenting with effects that improve specific skills. For example, there are several unique jewels in testing that do this. I don't know. Jewels were supposed to be dynamic. That wouldn't be a very dynamic mechanic. I don't like that. Well, we'll see. Maybe they can figure out something cool. They've done it in the past, so I have high hopes. Are there any plans to introduce different, more mitigation-based defenses for decks or end characters besides MOM? Yes. Interesting. Over time, we'll be adding more defenses for all play types. An example is Fortify, which was added for melee characters in 2.0. Note that these defenses aren't likely to be single investments for massive mitigation. They'll require some specialization. I don't know, man. Just fucking give us more life to like this portion of the skill tree, and you won't have to change acrobatics and any of that, and evasion is fine too. Just make HP a little bit more available for that portion of the skill tree, and I feel like the defenses are like evasion on paper should always be stronger than armor, like always. No? Not getting hit is way better than getting hit for a little. Not to mention armor only affects physical hits, so any kind of like additive bonuses are huge. And also having acrobatics, sure it has some sort of downside like block and all that, but like having acrobatics is a huge factor also. And I mean, you don't even have to go acrobatics, you can go hybrid. It should be better, but it's not, because there's just not enough life for people to feel safe with it. And also, some of the like stuff like evangelists and all that kind of stuff that directly counters evasion just hits for so fucking much right now, it's crazy. They have a hard cap on how many times you can evade in a row. They have a hard cap on how many times you can evade in a row? That's news to me. Since when? You talking about entropy or about like diminishing returns from entropy? Or what? I haven't heard about that at all. But like on paper, evasion should be stronger. I've never heard about that, Cat. I don't know what you're talking about. Still liking the Oris because strike level 1 right now, so tell me if it's bad. It's not bad, man. You have 99% chance to evade, 1 in 100 is guaranteed to hit. Oh, I'm talking evasion, I'm not talking dodge. You gotta explain it, Cat. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Oh man, this is going to be another arc with 6% crit thing for Rise? Could be, maybe. No. You guys are talking about like actual entropy. If there's something like other than entropy, then yeah. Or basically explain somewhere. Sometimes they won't. They make it so you don't? Chance to evade can never be lower than 5% nor higher than 95. Cannot. Oh yeah, so it's like for 100 entropy, it's like 20 attacks is the cap. Am I getting that right? Are you talking about the 5% thing? Oh yeah, of course you're always gonna get hit no matter what. I mean, especially because of that. But like, I don't quite know what Cat's talking about. Maybe you guys can elaborate. But nobody pointed me to anything that would mean this. Pork meatballs just arrived? What? I'm surprised so many people have no idea how evasion works. I feel like people just got confused. Like, some people are talking about dodge and shit. There was some talk about, like, cap mechanics for entropy, and I guess the only cap mechanic that I can see coming out of entropy is the 5% thing. So essentially, you can never evade more than 20 attacks in a row, but, like... I don't know why anyone even brought up dodge. Whatever, it doesn't matter. I feel like people understand entropy. It's just that everyone's talking about something different. That's what I'm saying, Rise. Oh, this isn't a factor then. No, no, no. I thought you were talking about something big. Somebody mentioned like a 20% chance and like not being able to evade more than 5 hits over full entropy. I mean, you guys have to take into account that like armor is also always static. Well, it's not really static. It's still calculated, and the bigger the hit, the less the armor does for you. So it's not really static. It's only it can only go worse. With entropy and with evasion, it works differently. Not only does it affect more than just physical, it affects all attacks, which is a lot more important. The biggest thing is that it resets, you know? So with a lot of entropy, with playing a ranged character, you know, with dodge and block, you can really never... You can just not get hit, you know? Actually, I don't know if they didn't change that at some point, where if you... I remember in the past when you blocked... you could block a couple attacks in a row, and it would basically not go towards your entropy. But I'm pretty sure they changed that at some point where... if you block, your entropy... That goes towards, like, your entropy not resetting. Or partial damage. I mean, that's basically armor, yeah. Yeah, it's 95% mitigation, exactly. No, no, no. Somebody posted some bullshit. I think people got confused about dodge and stuff. It doesn't matter. I stand by what I said. On paper, evasion is a lot stronger. It just affects more things. It's way better for maps. The option of getting acrobatics and phase acrobatics, basically to no sacrifice, is really good. And sure, this isn't a real form of mitigation, because when you die, you know, everything goes wrong for you, but sometimes it can prevent the rip if everything goes right for you, right? But they just need to add more life here. I mean, strength is just too powerful. It's just too fucking strong, you know? Strength on everything. Huge amounts of life. That's like way more efficient than anything on this side of the skill tree. Like, this entire side is basically fucking void of life. Like, there's just nothing here. So give us a bigger buffer. Maybe... I mean, players always have a problem with dexterity. Mostly casters and all that kind of shit, right? So int kind of works out because of MOM, you know, more mana, whatever, percent for Eldritch Battery, you know, more ES, that works. Dexterity, sure, they need an aggressive stat, but it doesn't really do... It doesn't really do enough, like... Flat accuracy is not... It's alright, but it's not crazy. I mean, you can get this on gear. Like, getting 1,000 dexterity, which you're not ever gonna do, is something you can just cover with, like, stats and items. without sacrificing too much. And then 5 dexterity is 1% evasion. I just don't feel like that's enough. I'd rather not have the evasion and have it like add one extra life. So where strength 2 strength is +1 life, this would be like 4 dexterity would be +1 life. Maybe something like that, man. I don't know. I mean, they have to keep it unique because it's still dexterity, but that would just work out way better. I mean, like the thing also about adding more life nodes to this portion of the skill tree, or making these nodes more efficient, could be quite broken because evasion nodes and life nodes tend to have really, like they tend to be really, really strong when you compare them to other stuff available in the skill tree. Like, granted, the Marauder nodes are going to be strong because it's the beginning of a class, but really there's nothing else other than Juggernaut, which is also pretty close to Marauder, that has like substantial amounts of life and then armor. While, you know, it's so close to travel from here to here, and you've got like Revenge of the Haunted, which is alright because you kind of have to sacrifice a point, but it's generally pretty fucking strong. And then you've got the evasion and life over here, so it's just a lot easier to get that kind of stuff going. So I feel like, I don't know, man, because when you look at Blood Siphon, it's like the most efficient life that you can possibly get. Like in the entire skill tree, you know? These 3 nodes are like more efficient than anything. I mean, not maybe more efficient than anything, but they're incredibly good. And then the 5% efficiency, not 5%, well, 5% with a travel node, but, you know, it's 20 life for 3 nodes. It's like 6 point something. 6.6? I don't know. Whatever. Yeah, I mean, Blood Siphon is so good, but like, these ones have flat life, man. Like, plus 30 life is pretty fucking big. I mean, plus 20 life. They changed the Scion life over here, but Constitution has plus 20 life. I don't know. Like I said, like, adding more life nodes is a benefit and is an option for a build that potentially wants to be tankier, and having to invest into those skill points on the skill tree is enough of a sacrifice for this to be justified, you know? Because you still have to spend the points, so you still have to balance out your build. But, like, that can mess up their whole idea of how many points, because generally when you make a skill tree, it's like, you know, you make a solid build, it's like, hey, this build requires 119 points at level 100, and it's like, oh, that's pretty perfect. So that could mess with that. Like, I feel like they fucked up on the top portion of the skill tree right now, because a lot of the high AoE nodes, high AoE builds will require just a little bit too many points to be efficient, and you kind of have to work around that, which is cool for min-maxing, but it seems to go against what they used to do in the past. We'll see. Basically, give evasion a little bit more life, I think. Like, not a lot. You know, not a lot. Nothing crazy, but a little bit. I mean, we don't want evasion to be dominant. Well, hybrid is so strong. We kind of do want evasion to be dominant, you know? We want armor to be dominant here, we want ES to be dominant here, and we want evasion to be dominant here. Or I guess I should say like this, and then this, and then this. I mean, you can't be playing like a fucking crit caster that gets armor. That's like just not good for the game. Seven, 8k life on evasion would be nice. 7, 8k. I feel like even 6.5, like a guaranteed 6.5k life. I mean, these, you have to remember that these are still like mostly made for ranged characters. there are obviously like dagger nodes and all that kind of stuff, but this is supposed to be riskier. This is supposed to be, hey man, you get a lot of damage with crit, you're, you know, playing ranged, or you have all these advantages by going crit, like dealing more damage and stunning for longer, and maybe applying status elements that are gonna help you survive. But those types of things are like incredibly reactive, and they would have to work a lot better than they do right now to actually have your character survive in like real sketchy situations. They don't work like potions essentially, so it's a matter of tweaking the numbers a little bit. I would really love to see how evasion would turn out if they would tweak life a little bit on that portion of the skill tree. I think it's really interesting, but there might be a more elegant solution to it. I mean, the stuff that I'm saying is pretty simple, right? It's nothing too fucking out there. It's a pretty simple solution. But sometimes the simple solutions also work. He quit the character because he hated how Leech works. Yeah, I can imagine that. Non-caster ES-based builds right now are basically claw or bust. I don't know, maybe if they would make I don't know, like life gain on hit work on ES somehow. I mean, there's jewels, but they're so weak compared to the gem. Such a big investment. I feel like they have some sort of greater plan, because like all these things are there, they're just not quite lining up yet. It seems like they have some sort of plan for it. We'll see in the future. Like I said, like it's kind of like a good comparison I feel is MOM. You know, in the past everyone went Iron Reflexes, and it was like Iron Reflexes or bust. And then they added MOM, and the shift happened over like, I want to say like 10 months or something. And people only started playing Cloak of Defiance and Arctic Armor, not because it was stronger than Iron Reflexes and Armor, because it wasn't more efficient. But it was just enough you needed to actually make it work. You know, you didn't need the extra tankiness, it was just enough. And that was simply because the game was getting easier and easier and easier. And this might be the same thing, where people are either going to sacrifice like less points into getting armor. I'm not quite sure how actually everyone's gonna react to something like that. It's like, hey, let's not take some armor nodes now because the game's easier. I don't see anything where like you could get more life. We'll see. Whatever. This took way too long. Like, it's gonna take us ages to get through through this Q&A. I don't even think that we're halfway, and it's already 10 for me. Like, fucking rip. This is way too much talking. But basically, yeah, they're planning to introduce different new things as forms of mitigation for characters. They're saying Fortify as an example. Fortify is actually pretty cool because it sacrifices potential damage for survivability, or you having to be focused more on the game to keep that Fortify up with another skill, which doesn't always work out and can potentially get you killed. That's like the biggest complaint about Arctic Armor, right? It's strong as fuck, except you die when you're moving. It's like, I was playing a Flicker Strike character, essentially I never moved, but guess what? I died moving. So it did nothing for me. Such bullshit. And yeah, I mean, there's also things like Lightning Coil that benefit evasion a lot more. Like, a lot more. Or things like Taste of Hate. But armor has things like Rumi's Concoction, which is also kind of broken in that regard. And it's easier to get a Rumi's Concoction than a... Yeah, maybe they should tweak the drop rates again. I feel like maybe give us back old Lightning Coil and then evasion builds will be fine. Maybe make Taste of Hate a little bit more accessible to the public, or nerf it. I wouldn't go with nerfing it because it's just so powerful. I mean, fuck, the problem really is that, like, you don't even have to get armor, you know? You just pop a granite with, like, unyielding and fucking armor mastery, and you've got enough armor, man. Like, you don't have to worry about that shit. Not to mention the almost free, like, endurance charges, where nothing like that is available to the evasion portion of the skill tree. I feel like even now evasion is stronger, man. It just requires a much bigger investment. Much bigger investment. Yeah, alright, we're done, we're done. Enough of this shit. Yeah, it's 10 p.m. in Poland. Yeah, and granite is better than jade. Granite is better than jade? I don't know. I don't know. Making power or frenzy charges do something for your defense. Nah, I feel like their answer over here was pretty perfect. Giving Fortify as an example is amazing. Because Fortify has a downside. It always has to be an upside and a downside to something. Giving a straight up, like, mitigation buff for stuff like frenzy charges is pretty broken. Like, it's just broken because it gives you too much damage. So even nodes like, where is it? This 4% per frenzy charge, I consider stuff like this broken because it's just way too much. These are supposed to be aggressive nodes. These are supposed to give you damage, and through damage you gain survivability. Either way, unless you have a bad build. TM. So that would be a little bit too simple. There has to be a downside. Something like a lightning cold is perfect design because it does have a downside. Would I consider minus lightning damage a real downside? I would consider it situational and reducing build diversity. But something like minus chaos damage would be a real downside, even though most people run around with minus 60, gearing up for a proper, like, elitist Path of Exile character. That would actually be a real downside, man. Especially for evasion builds that tend to have less life, and on top of it, they, it's like harder to get resists and shit. You know, because you don't have those endurance charges. So basically you need that chaos resistance a little bit to fight the degens in the game that are pretty freaking strong right now. Maybe make Corrupted Blood. Yeah, maybe give like Lightning Coal no armor anymore. Make it pure evasion. Give it a better drop chance. Change the minus lightning to like minus chaos. And make it work like that. I'm a big fan of increasing chaos damage in this game right now, so I feel like that's a solution to a lot of survivability problems. Like a lot. I talked about this in length on the podcast with Wabochow and Hegemony. I feel like that's a well. The thing that I talked about was like a solution that I thought about over like the 2 seconds, and then I started going into it. But the more I think about it, man, it's like such a cool solution for something like that. Otherworldly says hello. Well, Otherworldly is not that big of a factor anymore. And besides, let's be real. I mean, chaos damage right now. Like, imagine yourself running around with minus 60 fire resistance, or minus 60 lightning resistance, or even cold resistance. Man, you're gonna get frozen and die. Like, you would fucking die instantly. But you can do this with chaos damage, and sure, it's a lot more difficult and less achievable. And like I said, having reduced resistances fights against build diversity, but we're still looking at numbers where it's good enough. But it's like the same way Detonate Dead and Fire Trap was built around Proliferate. This is the exact same way. GGG is balancing the amount of chaos damage, the amount of damage that chaos does, around the players having like minus 20 or 0%, if not less. I mean, it like fucking does nothing, man. It like does nothing, no damage to you. So adapting this would be pretty cool. Or like making chaos damage more scarier in higher maps or something like that. Because, you know, a new player and a fresh character, that's like making an Ember Week race where you're supposed to fight this guy that has 30% additional fire damage on physical attacks and one-shots you with just about anything, and you're supposed to gear for him even though you've been playing your character for 10 minutes. Like, that doesn't fucking work. You can't, like, make players gear like that before going into maps, because it's never going to be possible. Nobody's going to be able to gear like that. But as you get into the higher maps, you know, build diversity does go low regardless. Like, it will always get lower. So it wouldn't be a problem if maybe mobs would deal a substantially higher amount of chaos damage, and it would improve CI a little bit too. Then an extra damage poison zombies for 2 seconds with -60 in a 80 map. That's scary enough for me. Yeah, but we can all agree that, you know, Spirit Walker, Chaos Zombies and stuff like that, there's something broken about them, you know? It's not like normal types of damage. If you look at any other Chaos damage, you know, from Otherworldly to Poison Arrow, like, Chaos Snakes, Judgment, Apparatus, Mobs, like, none of that shit deals even, like, 1/5 of that sort of damage. It doesn't. Maybe make it so that it's not as random and the cloud actually doesn't scale with additive damage mods. But then again, it's a static, it's a static degen. Right? It can't follow you, it can't move around, you can play around it. And generally, it's anti-melee, which already has good defenses against chaos. Tough stuff, man. Tough stuff, but like interesting. I don't know. I'm really. A few weeks ago, I got one shot by Crit Chaos Bomb. You don't need more of this crap. Yeah, but you were probably like -60 chaos damage, -60 chaos resistance. That's exactly what I'm talking about. But again, you have to gear for that. So implementing something like this would only work for higher maps, like only. I mean, fuck, don't you agree that having more chaos damage would be a lot more interesting than having more physical damage? Because that's what they did. I mean, mobs deal more physical damage, that's basically it. And all that physical damage scales into elemental damage that gets a better mitigation through evasion. So something like this would be a lot more interesting to me. That's why I'm saying I'd like to see one of the two things. Either higher amounts of life for evasion or more chaos damage in a higher level content. And yeah, exactly what Bartis Gaming says. It's stupid easy to get capped resistances right now. It really is. But we don't want to push it to a point where we like reduce build diversity by making it too difficult. But in the higher levels, build diversity is always going to be limited, no matter what. And it's not even limited. I mean, some builds just clear slower and some build faster, some clear faster. That's always going to happen. Yeah, exactly, where 4K Chaos Crits was the norm of even early mapping. Oh yeah, man. I remember getting hit for 3K Poison Arrows, for sure. Like, completely disregarding the degen from Poison Arrow, you'd get hit by like a 3K Poison Arrow, and back then players had a lot less life too. Or a lot less life without like huge investments like a Combs Heart or something like that, you know? But that shit reduces build diversity, really. Yeah, I feel like that would be so much more interesting. I don't know, the more I think about this, the more I like it. I'm not really seeing too many counter-arguments. If somebody has like any cool sort of counter-arguments to this, I'd really like to hear them out, because it's... yeah, it's something different. minus 60 all res with a PA build and still live. I mean, dude, I've only ever played one build without like minus 60 chaos resistance. I even consider Purity of Flesh a bad node. Like I consider it an okay node, but if I have to travel 2 points, for instance, to get this, the 20% chaos damage is not a factor to me. These are just 4% efficiency life nodes to me. And I've once died to chaos damage. Once ever. On like 200 ping, and I have plenty of excuses for that rip. It was basically my fault, right? Should have taken a lot more things into account. It wasn't like crazy damage. I mean, it was kind of crazy damage. Because it was the Spirit Walker thing. Which is still kind of crazy damage, but it doesn't happen nearly as often. Like Spirit Walker zombies that drop poison, for whatever reason, they deal like double damage. Top it off with a multiplier from, well, it's a multiplier. The double damage is the multiplier, and then the base damage is topped off with like extra physical damage or something. Or extra damage mods. Then it gets really fucking nuts. But that's, again, the degen is like a completely different thing compared to everything else. Alright, let's fourth difficulty for players that would make it more often to get gear in higher maps and make chaos damage deal more damage. Nah, that would be like so bad for build diversity. You can't do something like that. Because really mapping is the end game, you know? Having like differences in drops from Piety and Dominus and like let's say Vol is good because for the most part all characters can do it and you can pick a build to farm it up with that. But when you're looking at content that's supposedly doable by every character, you can't do that. How bad will it be to get Avatar Fire, Shock Nova, or Ice Nova with full chaos conversion? Not bad, just not good. There's no benefit to it. Just agree you want pants item slot with a res cap raise. Yeah, for sure. I like how Grim Dawn deals with this. The more armor you have, the more elemental damage you take. It forces players to balance their resists to both elements and physical. Elemental and physical. That's something that I answer in length again in the podcast with Hegemony and Wabuchow. I can link you guys to it because that's something I talk about like a lot. Basically, there's a huge difference between attack-based and physical-based damage right now, and elemental damage, to the point where elemental damage is like dischargers don't scare you anymore at all. It's all about the fizz, man. So there's like a real imbalance for something like that. So you guys can check this out. Full sellout mode. Just listen to this after the stream or something if you're interested in like more opinions about this. We were supposed to be benefits are you play D2. Yeah, we're supposed to do this and it's taking me forever, so let's just go. We stumbled upon like a really interesting topic. Alright, when you play maps, the chance of a decent rare drop is very low. I define decent as it has one or more properties that fall into the bracket of its item level or just below, and the other properties are also at least mid-range. Playing maps gives you a lot of rares and it feels like a waste of time to pick them up and vendor them. The suggestion forum had several topics about the subject. I am very curious if the dev team discussed about the general quality of rares and if there are any plans to do something about rares being not rare at all, and about the crazy small chance to get a decent rare in the maps. It's like a self-explanatory thing. I think people pick up like way too much loot in maps, and that's their problem. But let's see what GGG says. Evaluating rares is a key skill in Path of Exile. There you go. I agree with that. It sounds like you're well on the track to mastering it. As you become more experienced and gain better items, your criteria of what defines as a decent rare got higher. Right now, you're classing a very narrow band of lucky rares to be decent. The drop rate of rares starts off pretty rare, but as players find ways to improve item drops, fight harder monsters, and drop more items, just generally play faster, they see more and more rares. This reduces how special they feel. While we agree that it'll be awesome if we make rares actually rare, really disrupt the early levels, also players would riot. I mean, this isn't something that they want to implement, but like generally players pick up too many shit, like too much shit, you know? They're picking up like two-handed weapons that have no way of like being even mid-tier, like mid-range. Like there's no way that fucking Labris is gonna be a good item. There's just no way, man. You shouldn't be picking it up, but people still pick them up because it's a rare and it's in a map, so I'm gonna pick it up. I don't know, this is I feel like this is more of a PSA than like a question. Somebody asked a question that's basically answered, that he's gonna answer if he just plays the game more, and then GGG did like a PSA thing. Stop whining, go fuck yourself is the answer. Kind of. I think this is really good. Evaluating rares is a key skill in Path of Exile. Also, I mean, this could be like a standard player, right? And sure, we should take those into account as well, but I mean, they know what kind of economy they're building into. Because like shit like this really, like a temporary League player will very rarely feel like this. Like unless you're extremely inefficient and extremely lucky, you will very rarely feel like this within the first month of the league, I want to say. And then later on, I mean, you're supposed to get your shit figured out anyway. So, and if you're a new player, you shouldn't complain because you're a new fag anyway. Right? Notice me, I am your subscriber. I've noticed you, Greasick. You just keep talking nonsense, man. God. Group of archers hits you for 3.5k. Alright. Is there a chance of us being able to give an ice theme pet? I would love an icy wolf. Why don't you fucking fix desync instead? I've passed on your feedback to the art, guys. Nice. Expect the cold Roa in the future. Is Barrage going to get a buff? Its only use is to provide cast on crit, but itself isn't a good skill. We're going to buff many skills that need buffs. 2.2 started that process. 2.0.2. Really? I'm surprised. I thought Barrage was always pretty strong. I mean, it's kind of supposed to be a single target, but like even on a totem setup, it always seemed pretty powerful. Maybe I should experiment with the skill a little bit more. It doesn't seem much used, but it doesn't seem underpowered from what I've seen. Woo, shitty commercials. Great stream. RIP. They're gone now, man. If the commercials bother you, I always say the same thing. If the commercials bother you in any way, do what you gotta do, man. Really. If you feel like it's detrimental to the quality of the stream, just fucking do what you gotta do. I won't have any issues with it. I prefer for you to enjoy the stream. Commercials, and I don't run commercials in all months, but yeah. Currently, there's like Twitch is going through a lot of changes, and the dollar value is going down, so it's kind of necessary for me to run commercials to keep even doing streams, so yeah. But generally, it's the necessary evil. What are current plans to address the unavailable nature of mine builds? Unviable nature of mine builds. Trap builds are fine where they are. Oh, I'm happy you told us trap builds are fine where they are. I mean, yeah, for sure. Nobody has any mana problems with trap builds, and everyone loves them. Our data shows that some players are playing effective mine characters. Having said that, we'd like it to be more. Some of the planned mine improvements fall under the we can't talk about future content because they're special. Interesting. I wonder about that. I don't know. Mine builds will... I don't feel like mine builds are underpowered. I feel more like mine builds are... just fucking boring, man. Like... mechanically, they're just annoying to play. Do you like the new map system? I've loved every single change that they've done to the map system. Pretty much since like one of the first changes being the maze changes and all that kind of shit. Yeah, I've been in love with it. Mind buff, annoying. Yeah, imagine a mind buff where the new flavor of the month is going to be like playing mines. Unless you play a mine build, you suck, man. You can't do anything. Oh shit. That'd be so fucking annoying. Oh my god. It's like back when, at least with nah, even playing Frostmine was annoying. Or whatever it's called. Don't be so fucking annoying. I don't want that. Is GGG ever going to buff Pure Fizz Chaos builds? I kinda like how PoE allows players to make their own builds, but I kinda feel like the game is geared heavily towards Elemental. But if you play heavy Fizz, you would gain a lot of damage from running Hatred plus Herald of Ash. Pure Fizz allows stuns and passive tree, leeches, but that's all it has. The highest in the game that I can theory craft all include elemental damage. Does GGG have any plans to change this? That's actually a great question that I've never seen an answer to. Skills that cannot produce elemental damage, for examples. While adding elemental damage to physical builds is very popular, we also want to reward players for focusing on physical damage. We're likely to fix this by adding options for people who are pure physical or chaos, rather than penalizing those who add elemental damage. Stun does work with elemental damage, by the way. I don't understand the stun comment, but yeah, that would be cool. If they would add something like Avatar of Fire, where your elemental damage, like additional elemental damage, is changed to physical, and that scales with like your damage nodes or something like that. I mean, I don't know. That sounds pretty broken, but where it like double dips with that particular node. But yeah, something like that maybe would be cool. We'll see. Why must I press 2 keys for my character to work? Yeah, man, I don't know. It's annoying. Mines are annoying. I don't like it. I mean, I've played a couple mine builds, and every time it was just like the most annoying shit ever. God, what they should fucking do with mines to make them fun and enjoyable again is, like, everyone likes Arc, right? Like, you guys fucking like Arc. There's no targeting involved for the most part, and it just like plays itself. It's a very chill build. Is it kind of boring? I wouldn't say that many people would say Arc is boring because it has an interesting visual to it, and yeah, it kind of works. It's not that boring. Like, the mechanic itself seems pretty fucking boring. It's just another autoplay target, like autoplay caster, but it's fun. Like, there's something about it that's fun, and I think basically giving Sunblast the thing where mines trigger at the end of their duration would be really interesting, because attacks from mines out the target. So the belt itself is pretty weak, I'd say, defensively. So, you know, you could play builds where you would just place the shit on the ground and they would automatically trigger. Sure, you can get like detonates all mines. No, detonates all mines, or is... what is it exactly? Detonates all mines, I think? Totem? But that's also annoying to play, because you still gotta press 2 keys. What was it? Oh yeah, it is detonate mines. Actually, no. Fuck off, just use detonate mines on its spell totem and you're set. I guess more options are always better, and I mean, with the way less duration works right now, it wouldn't be that big of a deal, so it'd be good, man. What would mine builds interesting would be some sort of phase run during which you can drop a mine every X distance traveled for 3 seconds or something with a movement speed buff. Maybe like a Vol skill? Because Vol, Haste, and Cast Speed in general doesn't affect mines, so they don't really have something OP like that to work for it. So maybe a Vol skill where you can place and automatically trigger mines on the move for X duration. But that could be really fucking annoying. They would have to really do a great job at balancing it out, something like that. I don't know, but that sounds really cool. I mean, you're basically playing Diablo 3 at that point, right? That's really cool. Scold's brittle, cast when damage taken, detonate mines. You just blew my fucking mind. That's actually really cool. You know what? Let me write that down. We might do a build with that. I like that a lot. Scold's brittle, detonate mines, cast when damage taken. That actually sounds really freaking cool. Thanks very much for that suggestion. Alright. What is the average length of time it takes for physical items to be processed and shipped on GGG's end? I'm actually really interested in this because I won my shirt already. Several weeks, which is in my opinion too long. Thank you, Chris. This is something we're working on improving. At the moment, we're using a shipping facility in America. We recently ran out of stock on many of the t-shirt sizes, so a new order has been placed. We're sorry for the delays. We're actively working on solving this. No! Fuck my shirt, man. I need it right now. God damn it. God damn it. Yeah, but I hate the fact that you have to use it on a totem. Casting damage taken Scald is like such a cool idea. I like that a lot. We might do a mine build. You know what the real problem with mines and why it's like ineffective, like that guy said before, is that even with it's like Fire Nova Mine, you know? Fire Nova Mine is still kind of shitty, even though you can get Clever Construct. It still is kind of shitty, because by the time, unless you trigger the mine immediately, by the time it reaches the final, like, click, it's already dead, because, like, some sort of goat killed it or something. I don't like that. But they did improve that a little bit. Wash your damn clothes. I want that shirt, man. I want to represent PoE on the streets. Are paid leagues with custom mods that people can privately have still something being thought about? Yes, I'm very keen for this. We haven't yet worked out a timeline of when the schedule for it. Wow, they're still working on it. That's actually fucking so cool. But it's probably worth us soliciting feedback from the community so that we can find out what kind of options you guys would like. Damn! I really like this. This is like... I thought they gave up on this shit, really. Like, when they, made it so that you can't make unique items, I thought stuff like this will completely go away. But who knows? If we think of like a really cool league that we want to run, we can do like a fundraiser and get it going for us, right? That'd be hella cool. It's like, it would be like custom maps in Path of Exile. It will split the already split community. I feel like the community is at a point where it would be bad, where it would be alright. Like in the past, you could really see that splitting up the community and like giving players overlapping content was not good. But now I feel like it's at a point where it would be alright. Like it would be just fucking enough, man. I feel that's also the reason why they're running a race season within a week from now, which is crazy. You know, a month into the league, they're going to be running another race season, second race season, within 2 months of this. Plus, they're going to be running more overlapping content, because definitely there's going to be some sort of 1 week, 1 month, whatever. It's definitely happening, probably in the beginning of the race season, or toward the mid of it. But probably in the beginning, because obviously they want to, they want to pull in all the fucking D3 people that get bored after 3 days. Like, it's pretty clear. So, yeah, it could work out, man. It could work out. Yeah, there's a new race season next week. They're making an announcement tomorrow, actually. Tomorrow. This is something that was answered in this Q&A, and I was extremely pumped about. So we'll see how that's gonna turn out. Alright, will you do anything to additionally increase the incentive to clear areas? Even with the added content such as strong boxes, I mostly find myself impatiently running through content until the late game. We found that if it feels mandatory to full clear areas, then players don't like this style of play. Disengage. We work hard to make sure there are interesting and rewarding things to find if you're style of player who likes to clear areas. I don't know. I feel like most people focus on running through areas, but then again, I'm coming from like most of the people that I play with are either people who race or people who have played a lot of characters and they're mostly focusing on getting into maps or like gearing out their character for MFing or whatever. Oh god, this paper is like, this paper is killing me. So it's kind of interesting to see this sort of perspective. I wonder what GG's solution to this will be. I want an 8-hour solo. I'd win that shit. I'm pretty sure I'd win that shit. Easy, 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 easy. 8-hour solo? Alright, I wouldn't win an 8-hour solo. I could maybe be in the top 10. I think if I would really focus on it and wouldn't die, I could be in the top 5. But you know, I'm a no life man. I'm a fucking nerd. So the real advantage for me comes when the people with a life that actually know how to play this game go to sleep, and then I keep on no lifing. You know, it's my solution to everything. Out nerd everyone. Alright, what does GG think of ideas of masters who do not add stats to items but instead modify existing mods? This seems especially necessary for items like potions and jewels which have fewer maximum affixes. For example, a potion crafter who will for a cost change a flask between similar... Alright, whatever, yeah. This type of crafting system is not what masters are designed for. It could make a standalone system elsewhere. So, like, they're telling you to play the new WoW expansion, essentially. Because there you can do that kind of shit, right? Get out nerded, bro. Brazilian Gateway. Yeah, we'll see. Will you guys be updating this official site's items data page at all currently? Yeah. Yes, this does need updating. Thanks for mentioning it. We have some vague plans to generate a lot of data. Alright, whatever. Why were the low graphics settings, specifically texture work, taken out of the game options and instead only made achievable via the production config? Any file. They weren't removed, but I suspect that you upgraded to a 64-bit version of the system. Low texture quality isn't shown there. The reason for using low texture quality settings is not performance, but memory usage, and in some cases load times. Oh, that's interesting. Well, yeah, we all know that PoE takes up a lot of RAM. If you guys have like issues with your Path of Exile crashing a lot or something like that, try and you know, go over those, get like a 64-bit system and try and get more than 4 gigs of RAM. I know that was a big problem for me when the game launched, back when Nemesis happened. My game started crashing like crazy, and until I upgraded my computer I was actually crashing a lot, which was a big issue because back then I was going pretty hard with, like, you know, playing with Wooly and playing with Etap a lot, and I was playing a summoner too, so my specters would go bye-bye. That was a big issue for me. Are some unique items still gated behind item level? Is there any possibility this restriction can be removed so that people can find these at any point and possibly continue playing for longer? Oh god, what? This is intentional as a reward for playing maps. Yeah, I agree. We've tried to remove this restriction where we can. Oh, fuck that. Don't remove that restriction. Are you happy with divination card drop rate? Have you considered having... actually field to progress. We're happy with the drop rates for most of the cards. We're discussing increasing the drop rate for some that are slightly too low to encourage farming, as we do want to see more farming for divination cards occurring. I agree. I mean, divination cards are there to feel to have a sense of progression, and right now it's not really quite there. Anyone has played a lot of Dried Lake and never found a Brutal Emperor? I found one, and I leveled like 7 characters in there. Like, fuck. And I consider myself pretty lucky in that aspect too, because I know a lot of people farmed that a lot more and never found a card. You frequently see the suggestion that the stack size of the cards should be increased and the cards should individually drop more frequently. Yes, I actually argued for this in the design phase, but I now see that I was wrong. The other designers explained that the cards need to be impactful when they drop, and finding 1/50th of a unique is not an impactful thing. I agree completely that we're not planning to dilute the cards in this way. Really? I don't fucking agree with that. I mean, the amount of cards that you need for the thing varies so greatly, which already is an impactful thing, you know? And like, a player will never know the actual value of a divination card if they're new to the game. And if they're not new to the game and they know what you're doing, what they're doing, like very rarely will the drop actually be impactful because they've already got like currency stacked up and shit. So I don't know. I kind of disagree with that. I agree with the initial thoughts from Chris. You know, there's like a 1 in 9 card and there's like a 1 in 2 card. Obviously this doesn't seem too powerful, but like when you compare it to a 1 out of 5 or like a 1 out of 12, yeah, it's pretty, I don't know. That's really weird to me, actually, that they wouldn't want to change that. Or whatever, it's their game, right? It's worth noticing that we add new cards. We don't reduce the drop rates for existing ones as we double and later triple the number of cards in the game. The overall number of cards a player will find double and triple also. Yeah, but for the current amount of cards, I mean, you could do some sort of rebalancing so that it actually, I mean, it doesn't fucking feel impactful, GGG, when you never see a card, man. It's like no impact. You just don't feel it. I don't know. Dried Lake for life. Oh, dude, I can't stand that shit anymore. Yeah, I farmed back in the beta, I farmed the Rise of the Phoenix card, the Sun, for like an entire day, and I didn't find... I found 1 card farming the entire day, and I tend to farm pretty efficiently, you know. You guys have been watching the stream, some of you at least. Hello to the new people. And like, I found 1 card, and then the funny fact was the next day when I woke up, I went into Aqueducts, and on my second Aqueducts run, I actually found a Rise of the Phoenix, like... Fuck. Come on. That's crazy, no? Like 1 out of 9 Life Sprig is so useless. It's pretty fucking useless, yeah. I agree. I think like the number of cards that you require should maybe always be the same, or it should really determine the value of the item that you get out of it. So like a 1 out of 9 Life Sprig, some players are gonna be like, holy fuck, I have no idea what a Life Sprig is, but 1 out of 9? Whoa! That's crazy! That must mean I found a really, like, interesting card. Or, well, that would mean that it's a 1 out of 9, which should mean that it happens pretty frequently, right? It's like a 1 out of 5, that would be more, that would make more sense. Yeah, so it's kind of the opposite of what I said. But you get the idea, you get what I'm saying, right? 16 hours to get 1 card, calm the fuck on. Yeah, I agree, it's pretty brutal right now, man. It's pretty brutal. You should ask Havok how difficult it is to get divination cards. Didn't he get like fucking 5-6 links or something? In the beta, just like farming sins for a couple hours? GG allows diamond supporters to troll. I mean, there has to be some kind of trolly stuff. Like, it can't all be, you know, super solid. It's like implementing shitty uniques in the game, and it just has to be there. It has to be there. Well, it has to be there in the current game design. I think it wouldn't have to be there if they would make it so that uniques are a lot more impactful on the builds. The same way jewels could potentially be a lot more impactful on builds rather than just like a shitty version of a 4-stat jewel right now, as they are. So something like that definitely needs looking into, but again, it's their game design. We don't know what they've got in store, so yeah. Yeah, Reign of Chaos. I've found 6 of them. Ever. If you're too lazy to Google Livesprig, you suck. I mean, I'm talking about like PoE is not visible enough, like it's not visual enough. You know, it's very confusing, it's very hard for new players. If they want divination cards to be impactful, they have to make it impactful through the actual gameplay, not a guy like finding something and then going, ooh, let me Google this. Like, that's not fucking impactful, because 9 out of 10 times, it's gonna be a shitty item anyway that they're gonna be getting, right? I mean, let's be honest. Out of every one nice unique item, there's like 9 shitty ones. So the thing happening has to make the player feel something, you know? If a Mirror of Motherfucking Calandra drops on your first character and you've only been like, and you're like level 4, something has to happen. Like, the ground has to shake, fucking thunder comes down, portal to Tristram opens, and you're like, goddamn, well, that's an item. Let me just like not use that on my chromatic item or whatever, or my level 3 sword. Let's just not do that. More things have to happen. Are there any plans for random events or seasonal ones, something like a gimmicky quest for folks to do on holiday, New Year's, St. Patty's, Halloween, Christmas, instead of just another microtransaction? Content like that takes a lot of time and money to put together. We'd like to make it a permanent part of the real game. Just gimmicky holiday quest can hurt immersion. So no, it's not coming up. I kinda like that. I still want trumpets to sound when mirror drops. That really reminded me of that Onslaught screenshot with like Mountain Doom in it and shit. That's an item, exactly. I mean, it has to feel like that, man. It has to, like... It has to happen. It's like something greatly affect the gameplay, you know? When you find you're a new player and you find a new like support that you didn't know about, you slap it onto your thing and you do like double damage because it's like a lightning pen or something. That feels fucking like super impactful. But nothing like that ever happens with items. I don't... Like, maybe if it's a weapon? Maybe I should say currency. You know, and divination cards were kind of supposed to be the solution to that, but it's not quite working out. We'll see. Master mission, find the House of Mirrors. Oh boy. That's something that Chris would definitely want in the game. Really trolly. Extensive PvP modes and balancing. Let's skip over this one. Tell us funny weird story. Okay, let's go back. We have released a PvP update. Currently our focus isn't on PvP, but would like to do more in the future. No, you wouldn't. Let's be serious. Like, this is a total lie. You understand that this is a failure. You done goofed. A green fucking dude. Nothing else to say. Tell us a funny weird story from the office, or how you reacted when weird things happened. QE hat, item corruption, or how you reacted when people finally found something that was in the game for a long time. Unfortunately, the reaction when QE halt and item corruption occurred wasn't a funny story. Having things go wrong like that is a very serious event and wasn't fun to deal with. I'm actually doing a 20-minute talk on this at the New Zealand Game Developers Conference next month. Oh god. Green fucking dude. I wouldn't say so, Spartacus. I wouldn't agree with that. My opinion tends to be extremely elitist. I'm trying to like look more into it and get myself in a new player's perspective sometimes, but well, it's like simple with PoE, but a lot of my opinions, whenever I talk about something, I won't go like, oh, for this is a... It's like when I was talking about those defensive changes, you know? It's really something that should only affect endgame players, and from an endgame player's perspective, that's how I talk about it, you know? Like it should apply to the entire game, when in all reality, it shouldn't. But that's the cool thing about PoE, is that it has... Like, it's very easy to see at, like, which difficulties, so to say. I mean, there are difficulties in the game, but, like, at which... I don't know. I don't know how to call this. At, like, which breakpoint for the difficulty you are, you know? So if you're a new player, when you talk about cruel, it's pretty obvious when what you're talking about. If you're talking about like early mapping and your comment is supposed to apply to that, it's like very easy to determine also. So most of the shit that I say applies to the endgame stuff, but it's very difficult for me to put myself in shoes of a new player because I just don't remember like back when I started off with the game, you know? And a lot of my opinions are very much focused on just all the other kind of shit because that's what affects me, you know? I don't fucking, like... I don't care about, you know, the price of a gold rim. Was it a retarded change? Yeah, I mean, yeah, obviously. But does it really affect me? No. But I do care about shit like, I do care about, for instance, something like how much damage a fireball does at level 6. But that's not from end game player's perspective. That's from a perspective of a guy that races. So it's different. It's hard. It's hard. But I try. I definitely should be a lot better at it. Thank you very much, Back Orange, for the continued support, man. 4 fucking months in a row. You're a beast, dude. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Dudes, we're never gonna get through this. I mean, we were supposed to, like... Remember when I was like, I'm not even halfway? I think we're halfway now, and it's been like 50 minutes since then. I talk way too fucking much. This Q&A is gonna take us like a week. But we have to get through it today, because tomorrow I probably won't be playing PoE anyway. Oh... My throat is so sore. No bully? What? You can just get a 3 dragons for 1 chaos? Yeah, but 3 dragons messes up a lot of builds. Like, I could have gotten a 3 dragons, and besides 3 dragons isn't level 1, but like, I could have used the 3 dragons on the Shockwave totem character, but I opted not to, because I liked the hatred freezing. Because it gave me survivability. So yeah. Is there any way to make anime weapon workable with mines and traps? Even totems perhaps might be a bit OP. Works with new calculations, so it doesn't seem so far-fetched anymore. It does work with totems. This could probably work. It's the kind of thing that could be cool to have, but isn't a development priority right now. Bang for buck and that and all that. That's actually, I'd like to see more of this type of answers. Because a lot of the answers up top were like very political and very like PSA like, but something like this is a lot more, you know, this shit, we don't care about this shit essentially is what they said. Which is good because you can't keep giving us this like, change is coming bullshit the whole time. I like this, I like this kind of stuff. The more I go through this Q&A, the more I find things that don't necessarily affect me, but there's a lot more to talk about because it's such an interesting question. Yeah, but like, getting more resist doesn't necessarily increase your survivability if you're sacrificing other stuff. So even as a new player, you should be able to figure out, hey man, my build stopped freezing / stunning things, I should maybe rethink, because it's actually making me take more damage as opposite to actually giving me survivability, even though, you know, my my tooltip DPS is higher, or my stats are higher. Any plans of buffing unwanted affixes and gear, namely thorns and flat life regen, or low tier rolls? I thought they were talking about something like that. It's intentional that there are mods and items that are bad for some or most or all builds, so that the good ones feel good. Alright. We're going to make a decoration stat. Oh, come on. You consider making more enemies evolve in higher difficulties, i.e. Kilok gains a zombie leap, Malachine gains more AoE. Lots of them do already, we'll certainly be adding more. Yeah, okay, so basically scaling for higher difficulties. Good stuff, good stuff. Why can't we save our hideouts? Don't give a fuck. It's intentional that some map bosses are still borderline overpowered and almost undoable when you are in the level range appropriate for the map. I think of things like the museum, triple boss, or orchard. Do you plan on rebalancing them? Players asked for challenging map bosses. God damn you, Reddit! We completely agree and want a variety of experiences and maps. Some are harder than others. We don't like the idea of rebalancing everything down to be the same. Oh god, I don't know if I agree with this. Like, it's supposed to be a progression, you know? Having a level 71 fucking map boss be more difficult than an 80 map boss like Dominus, you know, in a palace is like a joke compared to, like, when you look at it that way. When you get into level 82 maps, your character's pretty fucking pumped anyway, and you know what you're doing, and it's like easy peasy to do something like Dominus, or should be, or was in the past. I would imagine it's still the case. But then, like, when you look at a 71 map and compare your recently got into maps gear with the actual difficulty of the boss in like a Phantasmagoria map, I mean, that's not really reasonable at all. Like, people that run 78 maps, 82 maps, have problems with doing a 71 map boss. Like, that's not intuitive. It's not a progression. I think they should go with the actual tiers of it. I mean, we have a... This is what PoE teaches you from the beginning, you know? Normal, cruel, merciless, maps. This is supposed to be a progression. I don't necessarily agree with this, but they've got their ideas for it, so I guess... Knowledge is power, and if you don't have the knowledge, you're a new player, well... Alright, one sec, I'll go get a drink real quick. Need something to drink. Alright, we're good. Someone shadow banned Valk on Reddit. Who the fuck? Nice. Get him, Nightbot. Get him. What builds do you think are warranted a nerf at this point, if any? Incinerate needs a little bit of an overhaul. I mean, they fucking completely broke Incinerate. Like, when everyone was screaming about Incinerate nerfs, I couldn't believe it. Nice! The recently modded Sunjin with the 10-month free sub. Thank you very much, man. I really appreciate the cool support. You're a good man. You're a good man, dude. Thank you so much for that. And for the modding work that you've been doing recently. It's nice. I like. Oh god, you guys are talking about D3? What is this? Yeah, Incinerate is broken. Incinerate is straight up broken. I mean, I don't know who the fuck thought that removing shotgunning is gonna be a nerf for Incinerate, considering what they were adding. It's like, hey man, I do 7 times more damage than anything else on a single target, and my clear speed is still alright, so now I'm only gonna do 4 times more single target damage than anything else, but I'm gonna also have 3 times more clear speed than I had before. It's like, what? So Incinerate definitely needs some changes. Maybe like a 5% less damage tweak for totems in general, for spell totems. I feel like that would be cool. I feel Split Arrow definitely needs a nerf. Split Arrow is only pushed back because of the cost of it right now and the fact that Evasion kind of needs, you know, that Lightning Hole for higher maps, so that's the reason why it's pushed back, but in general it's pretty fucking powerful. For that kind of cost, I mean, it should be, kind of. It does promote RNG, but, you know, I can kind of live with that. Kinetic Blast has been looking to get nerfed for a while now. I feel like Kinetic Blast should definitely be nerfed by a substantial amount. That's really it. Maybe add a little bit more. Like, make the scaling for Poison Arrow a little bit less efficient through the skill tree, so basically nerf the Chaos nodes. Because the projectile nodes are in a good spot, maybe a little bit underpowered actually, but yeah, so you don't want to touch those, but like maybe Chaos nodes, maybe spread them out a little bit more, maybe make players travel a point or two more for them, something like that. Would be a slight nerf, not really noticeable by players, but it would put most of the top builds at a similar pace. Yeah, I was really surprised to see Kinetic Blast not nerfed with the release of the expansion. I was surprised that Kinetic Blast wasn't nerfed with the release of the beta, really. But yeah. PA needs to buff in the lower levels like it used to be in the beta. Yeah, maybe. Phantasmagoria doesn't have an easy boss, true, but as soon as you know what to expect, you won't or shouldn't have a problem, even with just Sylphan gear. I know the boss and running there rarely are them. If you know them, you know how you can beat them. Otherwise, skip? Nah. Museum boss, Phantasmagoria boss. They're not something where if you know you can beat them. They're something where it's either a gear check or you get lucky and survive. Like, it's not... There's like close to zero mechanics. Like, also you're talking from like a ranged character's perspective. How is like melee supposed to do any of that, man? There's no mechanics that actually protect melee from those types of bosses, because it's face tank or bust. For ranged, it's kite and get lucky or bust. So I wouldn't say so. Maybe if they would make them easier to like split up, and then for the Phantasmagoria just outright nerf the damage, but it seems like they're not really looking into that. So this is how it's gonna be. Buffing Bleach or anything like that. Nah man, we're just going through the questions, so if anything applies to the question then we talk about it, but generally I don't think we talked about Leech that much other than mentioning that you know, attack based ES builds are kind of having it rough with Leech right now with Ghost Reaver. Having to invest in the Ghost Reaver and then like it being pretty difficult for you to get a decent amount of Leech. It's basically claw or bust. We talked a little bit about it, but nothing too substantial. I love you, you're the coolest. You're the coolest, man. You're the coolest for saying that. Alright, we've read this. Can we get some old development screenshots? I really enjoyed the ones that were posted. Sure, I'll try to dig some up for future news posts. That's cool. Did you guys ever consider more implicit mods? Variable, for instance, global crit on damage, stun duration on maces. We'll review them. Alright. It's like, cool. Hey GG, great job with the game. I really like the old school style this game got, but I have two questions. PoE is really great game, but Will it ever have some kind of weekly event in game? Not talking about racing, but something like double XP or Magic Find event or more? Fuck you, man. It's a bad idea. We really don't want to run double the experience or Magic Find events. We feel they're cheap tactics to bribe players to play and aren't great for the overall health of the game. They hurt long-term players' retention because there are less incentive to play on regular days if you're expecting some double items events to come up. That being said, I don't know if like you know, some of the races like 20 exiles everywhere and that kind of shit, if that going to Void League, if that's reasonable. It feels like it's more detrimental than it's actually helpful. Like, I understand balance, but it's something that if I know something's gonna go to hardcore, I'll most likely play the league anyway. Even though I never play hardcore, ever. Like, ever. You know, I just don't play that league. Have you seen my hardcore stash tabs? Like, what the fuck? So, something like this is a little bit... Maybe they're a little bit too uptight about that, in my opinion, but yeah. Hey, nice level 100. I got there in 5 days. Yeah. Additional EXP. Nah, man. I feel like drops don't influence the game. Well, nah. I feel like drops didn't influence the gameplay that much in the past, but nowadays, drops and gearing your character properly is actually so fucking good for mapping. It's crazy. Like, in the past, you wouldn't care about that, but now survivability is like a real thing. So, yeah. Fuck that guy. I mean, even this, like, KGG, great job with the game. This, like, prompted, like, a really fucking shitty line of thought already. Like, you knew that something bad's gonna happen. Alright, forgot about Lightning Warp. What is such huge problem about it that isn't fixed since beta? We need to walk a little after every Lightning Warp so that the animation can play normally. This is being worked on. Yeah, there we go. Where is the stance on things like potion macro usage and punishment, if any, for using them? There are cheats hacks and other cheats hacks. I have reported a few now with video evidence and nothing seems to be done. Other than I got a forum warning for my trouble. Oh god. You're not allowed to use macros. People lose their accounts over this every week. Reports are appreciated. They don't always result in banning because we want to be very sure before we ban someone based on something we haven't detected with very reliable means. That's odd. Alright. I don't know. They really don't want to ban anyone. Is there any progress on setting separate key bindings for weapon swapping? I'm trying to run a bow dagger hybrid and I'm being miffed that I can't have the same hotkey for my main dagger skill on chest and my bow skill on bow. This is held back by technical limitations. Understand it. Actually, I don't know why there's no second part to this question and like asking why weapon swapping is so gimmicky right now. Feelings about the master crafting reveals. You seem like you wanted to say more about it in State of the Exile podcast, but got stonewalled a bit by Xeno. I got stonewalled by Xeno? Nah, man, I really didn't care about that stuff. I pretty much joked around throughout the entire conversation. I think 90% of the things that I said was like either to cause drama or like start shit between players because it's just funny to me, but like the entire thing is just funny to me and I like trolling people through that, so I didn't really... Nothing that I said there was like legit, so yeah. It was just in good fun. And I actually appreciated Xeno for, you know, stating to the public that it is satire, and for the players that are maybe newer to the game, that you know it is a joke when I talk about like GGG employees RMTing and all that kind of stuff. I was in a trolley mood. RFI curse, are there any plans on this gem make it into the realm? Yes, it's very likely going to make it in. I can't give you a version number for it. Why the fuck wouldn't you ask about Wildfire, man? Wildfire is like way cooler than RFI curse. Like, what the fuck? I have a bunch of friends that would play the game if it was better looking. Oh my god. Are there any plans to improve the graphical state of the game? No! Why would you put this question here? Why would you respond to this, GGG? Constantly updated the game to make earlier content keep up with the quality of newer editions like Act 4. If you look back at how the game looked years ago, it was very different. Expect things to continue to improve. It was very different. Yeah. Path of Exile looked very different back then. Oh, God. Those graphics though. Look at that reference. What is Wildfire or RFI? You can just Google that. RFI is basically an aura that debuffs mobs with curses around you, and Wildfire is a Locust Swarm type of degen from D3. So, yeah. But in general, if you want to read up on some skills that have been seen in the game for a while now in the game files, you can go on PoEDB, and I believe these will still be here. If you go onto active gems, you can see some things are crossed out, like weapon effect, fire weapon, or like backstab. There are some values to them, but generally they're not explained too well. And I believe Wildfire is somewhere in here. Frosted Blades and Wild Strike were also actually in this list. So you can see Wildfire, and you can see that it is fire damage and ignites those around a target enemy. This effect chains and repeats to other enemy targets. So basically like a Locust Swarm. Pretty cool mechanic. I feel like this is what Prolif should have been from the beginning, and what it should be right now. Yeah, man. I really want Wildfire. That shit's hella dope. Alright. Are you considering giving Beyond bosses their map dropping powers back? In general, we're in favor of more monsters dropping more types of things. Alternatively, we would like to make them harder to spawn, which we believe players wouldn't like. Interesting. Wildfire OP asks Stannis Baratheon. Nerd, please. Yeah, Wildfire is basically Locust Swarm, except with GGG being behind the wheel, aka the skill not being completely retarded, hopefully. Will we see, and more usage for Chain too, which is always hella dope, right? We like Chain. I feel like Chain is one of the cooler things in Path of Exile for me. Will we see new Vol skills? I love Evolve, Magma Orb, yeah, okay. Nice ideas, more Vol skills will likely be released in the future, please. We get some goofy April's Fools races next year. 3 hour, 50 Jonah Unchains per map. Endless ledge with 1,000 rarity. 10,000, sorry. 12-minute burst where everyone's character suddenly bursts after 12 minutes like the volatile blood effect and no one wins. What? 1 hour at Xeris everywhere. They're cool ideas though. We're wary about putting too much development time into stuff that is special for just one day. Oh, but you did PvP, so this statement really makes no sense. Oh shit! Fucking green dude. Oh my god, man. Fucking PvP. Gemini just died? How'd he die? How'd he die? Let's see. Green fucking dude! Oh boy, I see him dead. Well, his bubble is still up. How'd you die, friend? We can review this later. He's probably gonna be done streaming soon, I think. Considering the Reaperino. I'll make sure the race guys see this idea, but we like to surprise people with stuff they weren't expecting. Oh man, we definitely weren't expecting the PvP action, I'll tell you that much. Are you considering making rare flasks, maybe just with 4 mods like with Jules? There are 2 reasons why we haven't made rare flasks. Firstly, there aren't enough flask mods. The flasks start to look pretty similar once they have that many mods. Secondly, it's already hard for people to remember what consequences their flask have with up to 2 mods. Really? Having 4 special things occur when you use a flask with 5 flasks on the bar is a problem. I don't know, man. People should definitely focus a little bit more on their flasks, so maybe this could be cool. Whereas your tax documents are complete? Oh wait, you can see that stuff? RIP? I thought that's only my dashboard. Yeah. Alright. Just because you said that, you're gonna get some extra commercials. Fucking tax, man. Tax ruined my mood. It's funny when you're like, oh man, I'm feeling pretty good about the money that I'm making. That's pretty good. I'm in a pretty safe spot and like having a lot of fun, and then it's like fucking dollar goes down, you know, fucking Twitch taking 30% of 50% of your money, PayPal taking 20%, fucking taxes from America cost you 30% more. Shit. What am I supposed to do now? But we're finding solutions, so that's pretty cool. Viroth, thank you for the follow, dude. It's very nice of you. Alright, well, I'd say this is pretty reasonable. Will there be any way to have our portal connected to our hideout instead of the town, like a default behavior to check somewhere? One player just have to go to towns occasionally so they can talk to NPCs and show their microtransactions to other players. Yeah, so basically they don't want the game to be D3. That's understandable. I like that. You get a $5 cut too? You're banned, man. You're out of here. See ya, dude. I was wondering, will he add at some point option to inspect people's gear? You can look at characters equipped on the website. We're very close to adding a button in the game client that loads up this page for a player. Oh, nice. That's very cool. At least you get a cut as well. The glass is always half full, man. Okay, I take that back. I mean, I used to think that way, but PoE killed, like, ruined my mentality. I'm no longer the, how do you call it? Not an opportunist. What am I trying to say? Like when you always expect good things to, like things to go well. Optimist, there we go. As you review this dev, he melted to a whirlwind. It seemed like no curse immune pod and didn't have time to pot. RIP. Summoners are powerful. Oh wait. Any upcoming plans for summoning? Are you content with what is currently implemented? Summoners are powerful. While we plan to improve them in other builds and more in the future, we should know that substantial AI improvements might need numeric nerfs to accompany them. That's nice. The word you're looking for is fool. That's pretty good. Haven't seen it mentioned for a while, but I remember from a while ago the mention of general goal of Act 10 down the line. Oh yeah. Does this goal seem like it's still the broad end game goal for PoE, or is it more of a we plan to expand on PoE for a long time type of phrase? Actually, something like this was answered previously in the Q&A with them expanding more and more in the game. Grinding gear games is Path of Exile, and that's just about it. And it will be until, you know, people stop playing the game, which is probably, I mean, I don't know. We'll see. Right now, PoE is still growing, you know? It's one of the few games that's it's like really growing, so it's really cool. God damn it, my nose! I should close the window. It's so hot. This was a We Plan It, expand PoE for a decade type of phrase. I love to add many more acts and other content if we can afford to do so. Keep buying supporter packs, please. Oh my god. God. Guys, what's the story behind Green Dude and PvP? No, there's no... Yeah, it's just a funny thing because Morris got mad and he had like a really good rant about racing where he said a lot of really smart things. I tried to translate some of that shit in a really poorly fashion on the podcast because he would have probably stated it way better, but yeah, part of it was him getting mad at PvP, and a green fucking dude is what he shouted out, and that was just like really funny because the entire rant was just like that, like really like really funny, you know. He made a lot of good points and it wasn't salty, it was just like fucking rage. And yeah, they're obviously friends. They've been on multiple projects with each other, you know. They're on the same Twitch team, and you know, I think they own 2 websites, Nice Builds, and like some sort of mods website. So yeah, it's just, yeah, don't take it seriously at all. They're good buddies, I think. Do you like to fight with Project PT? Do you like to fight with Project PT? What do you mean? It's not called a fight, it's called a beatdown, man. You know? One-sided fight is not a fight. Alright, we're done. I actually don't know what you're talking about. Do you plan to play D3 S4? If yes, which character? Yeah. But I don't know which character yet. I'm gonna try to play Witch Doctor again. But yeah, we'll see, man. I'm fucking looking to hear from... Oh, Manor Cookie actually messaged me. Oh, Manor Cookie actually added me. And apparently Noogie is not responding to him either. Nice, okay. That's actually very nice of him, because I don't know, I haven't talked to Manor Cookie yet. It was mostly a conversation through Noogie, so we'll see. Solo Witch Doctor hype? Nah, we're gonna go fucking full try hard, man. Manor Cookie is really the guy with the knowledge, so I gotta talk things over with him. Hopefully Noogie's gonna be here, man. Yeah, hopefully he's gonna be here. Bitch Doctor, how dare you? Yo guys, what's the first Filthy Frank video you saw and what was your reaction? The Weeaboo video is the first Filthy Frank video that I've seen. That's a cup for men. Rise, holy shit, that's a cup. Shit, that's cup is huge. No, it's not really a cup, it's like a, you're supposed to pour drinks into this and drink out of it, but like, I could never find a cup big enough, so I'm just like drinking out of this fucking bazooka of a glass. Noogie down? I don't know, guys. I have like no info. Noogie's not responding to me or apparently to Manor Cookie. So yeah, I really don't know, dude. Want to buy mods plus Rise D3 stream? Mods plays US. Maybe if he's gonna play EU, we can play together. Mods is a cool guy. I like him a lot. I'm a big fanboy actually of Mods, but he's been having some real life issues apparently, so he hasn't been like doing stuff. Actually, I haven't been on his Twitter, so I don't know if he's gonna be playing. We'll see. Noogie down. I don't know, man. Apparently he changed his stream title to streaming later in the night yesterday. So I think he's fucking alive. He's just not responding to any email, you know, or anything. Like, I just can't find him. Doesn't mods play SC? I'm gonna play SC this season as well. We've decided that hardcore was not competitive enough. It was pretty easy for me and Noogie to be like extremely inexperienced, come into the game and pretty much crush the ladder on hardcore. I mean, there was competition, but like it wasn't fun. It wasn't fun enough. And on softcore there's a lot more competition, and you can bypass a lot of the bullshit that I tend to die to, like disconnects and all that kind of shit, which is pretty much the only thing that kills me in D3 anyway. So yeah, it's not really adding much. And with the current mechanics in the game, with the immunities, party control, and apparently the millions of healing that you can get, it really doesn't matter if you play hardcore or softcore. You fucking get a failed rift, you just reset that shit once you're, you know, your one-shot procs. He literally became a legend in my school. The school actually had to block his channel because so many people were watching it on YouTube. You went to school with him? Yeah, I saw Nogi in the podcast as well. That's the day he changed his stream title to. Oh my god. I don't know, boys. Alright, let's get through this shit, because I keep talking and this thing isn't moving. And like, it's already 11:20, man. Like, it's way too late for me. I wanted to go see Ant-Man like tomorrow morning. Is it Diablo stream tomorrow? Yes. Alright. Do you feel, and Broad says, the PoE is the high point or midpoint right now in terms of futures development? The game over its lifetime, for example, right now is lower. Overlay, overall hype and expansiveness. You feel like PoE higher points right now? We're certainly at a high point in terms of popularity with the Awakening. I agree. Was more successful than Sacrifice of the Vol or Forsaken Masters. I think by far, like fucking I think they like doubled numbers. In terms of development, the game is not going to get larger and more complete as the years go by. In comparison, the version we have here is primitive. I agree, like, definitely. It's growing so hard. Any words of how far the German translation is? There are other factors to sort out as well for European launches, such as pricing in euros, European press, European community management, translation in the news, etc. Dude, fucking hire me, GGG. I'm like the perfect German. 999! See? Perfect. Ich liebe dick! It's like that would be the best thing ever. Community manager, Rise. Like, thank you for this very important email. Regards, ich liebe dick, Rise. God. Never stay because of you, dude. We're gonna be here for long hours. He's doing shake weight workouts. What? I sleep with dick? No, man. I love the dick. It's different. Alright, are there any more divination cards in development? Yeah, we know there are. Will these cards get its own place on the maps? We are working on many more divination cards. There will probably be 250 or more in the game when all is said and done. Really, there's an actual cap? Here we go. 12 new ones will be enabled next week. For example, 2 of the cards you mentioned aren't actually in the game at the moment. They were previewed but haven't yet been turned on. The RAF and the one with all do not drop in maps, but can drop in areas with at most 25% penalty. With at most 25% penalty, we took the penalty into account when balancing the drop rates of these items. This card meadow can drop in at least one map? Really? It works like this? That if the penalty is too high, the card doesn't drop at all? There's no cap on that? That's really weird. Yeah, I know fat is dick. Oh man. This is like, dude, 250 cards is like how many subscribers we need for the new emotes. Logout macro chicken script confirmed. God, that was like one of the funniest Reddit posts in a while.
Well, if you add the amount of ES with the evasion and additional defenses through the life and the level of the character and the DPS on the tooltip, looking at his poison arrow in his stash, you receive 20% HP, which exactly at that point triggers his logout macro, and you're just like, what the fuck? Fucking weasel! You hacker! How could you do that? Hack for so long? Make it so obvious too! Idiot!
Oh god. About weather, I feel like we get only 20% of the answers about system and they use improved game, and about 50% about build diversity. I mean, there's gonna be a lot of things that don't concern the public in general, but like, yeah. I mean, they have to answer. It's like 170 questions, man. It's a lot. In the microtransaction store, will you have a subscription-based system? What I mean is you pay for 30 months of, let's say, 50 points every day, daily. It's more than buying 1,500 points approx for a month with the above example. Will something like this be implemented? An optional subscription system is something that we've been considering, but we need to make sure that it's both appealing to users and also fair for people who have paid in other ways. Interesting. Did you see Matt Mori when he was spamming voices of Scion? No? Did you intend warbands to be softcore and Tempest to be hardcore from the beginning of the design process? I kind of feel compared to the older temporary leaks, it switched around this time. This Tempest is about choosing whether to engage. So basically, they wanted to play Diablo 3. And then a similar way to Beyond, this is an example to compare the unavoidable difficulty like invasion bosses. Huh, interesting. I never looked at it that way. Well, I looked at it, I never looked at Beyond that way. See that. Warbands is here are some guys and they drop some cool items designed for standard challenge leagues. It's like, oh, we want to compare and balance out the game, and these new features are definitely going to be good for the core game. And softcore is, get some cool shit, guys. Boom boom loot explosions. Oh boy. This music seems so familiar. Maybe you've played WoW in the past. It was hilarious. I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't know. Mori was here earlier, but I don't see him anymore. What are your thoughts on spell ideas that do no damage? Say a spell that makes you invincible for 2 seconds but has a long cooldown, or a vortex that pulls enemies towards your cursor after their delay. So basically, Vol Immortal Call or and Vol Cyclone. Utility skills are popular, and we plan to add more. Vol Immortal Call does something similar to what you described there. Yes. This stream was full of gameplay. Thanks a lot. Yeah, no gameplay on this stream today. Sorry, guys. Oh my god. Alright, let's do some gameplay. Let's go. Done now. Whew, I feel like that evened it out. Dude, I was supposed to stream for like an hour. We've been streaming for 3. It's like way too much. Oh boy, Dried Lake, here we go. It's coming up. Old screenshot you posted. crossbows were an idea for another weapon, what sort of thing stopped you from adding it? Say didn't feel like with the rest of the weapons. Wanted a reload animation but couldn't give it a nice look or smooth feeling. Haven't yet released all of the weapon types that we were planning to. Crossbows are one of those maybe future ones. Interesting. Nothing confirmed. I noticed in an old screenshot you posted oh yeah, how much time does it take to implement a new skill gem, creating, fixing bugs, balancing, etc. The process takes several weeks of many different developers. There are usually a lot of iterations and direction changes for any given skill gem. This is longer than we used to take. We have much higher quality standards now. At one point we released one per week with a staggering schedule where their development overlapped. Part of the current process of making skill gems is to test them alongside whatever other content we're working on at the time. More testing, man. We need that shit. Hi GGG, I was wondering... Hi GGG, nice game. Here comes my stupid question. Oh god, that really screams it. I was wondering if you could comment on how you feel that the implementations... Oh shit! Damn! Oh. Sarah Thor, thank you very much for the continued support, man. It's very nice of you. I really appreciate that. Yeah, I was about to say, with the, well, not about to say, but like, I held back on saying that, yeah, GG doesn't do any testing, let's be serious. Implementation, wait, I was wondering if you could comment on how you feel that implementation of the supporter-only divination card turned out. It seemed to me that, and I gathered many others, that the final product on many of the cards ended up landing much further from the mark than the designers of the cards intended. Does GG have any plans to address these concerns, or any plans to alter the way that the divination card process works, both in reference to the card's functionality and the design process? That's actually a really interesting question. I take the first statement back, because like I know a lot of people were like displeased in general with the way it went. Most people we talked to are very happy with their divination cards, provided one supporter engages with our system for how to submit them and doesn't ask for something we can't do. The process generally goes very smoothly and results in a good card. We view the process as a huge success. It's order of magnitude easier to handle than the process for either custom uniques or grandmasters. Really, it's easier than grandmasters? This is why you have almost 100 divination cards made so far in a few months. I'm sorry to hear you aren't happy with the process. We haven't submitted a card yet. Can you get in touch with me and we can discuss any specific problems you have? Oh, Chris. You're such a sweetheart. Big enough company to lie to the player base now? I mean, they're not really lying. Like, they're just kinda... Some of the questions they're, you know, they're being very political about, but that's like what Chris is supposed to do. There was one question where they were like brutally honest, and it was really a solid one, so I'm still pretty pleased. Don't try and judge them too harshly, even though I can be pretty harsh on GGG, let's be serious. I tend to be a fucking asshole. Is there still a chance for a Brazilian or South American gateway? Yes, we're waiting for our server host to open their Brazilian data center. They say it's this year. South America. Nice. Will you be adding the last... Holy fuck, did you hear that? Somebody wanted to plant Achtung up my ass. Damn, that was really loud. Will you be adding last login timers for player accounts that reflects their last time signed into the game? Yeah, so we can see how many days fucking Noogie's been offline. This is a frequently requested feature and we do plan on adding it. I don't have a timeline for this change currently. Yeah, rip. Bitches be rioting. What's that? I don't know, man. Somebody's popping some wind fireworks outside my window. Who farted? Dude, if you fart like that, go see the doctor. Sounds like a fucking shotgun. When are the challenge leagues ending? We haven't announced the date. You'll hear a few weeks before the end, but there's still plenty of time left in them. Yeah, it's supposedly gonna be 4 months, so yeah. Yeah, Achtung, don't you know? Motherfucker, man! I'm gonna shoot some kids. Well, I have no pants on. This might be weird. Okay, no, it's fine. Alright, I gotta find them. I think they're like way in the dark, dude. Maybe if I'll give them some soup, they're gonna go away. I don't know. Get shot on stream, GG. Rip. Alright. When a divination card says the item is corrupted, doesn't mean that the item is for sure the specified one, but corrupted. Or does it mean something like the base is the specified one, and we apply a Volurb to it? I mean, if I complete the Fiend set, can I get a rare belt instead of a Headhunter? It means that it has a corrupted implicit mod for sure. It guarantees that outcome. If it's a map, it just makes it corrupted because they don't have the corrupted implicits. If it's a map, it just makes it corrupted because they don't have the corrupted... Wow, that's actually really fucking good. I mean, it's... Well, what are some things that aren't good? What are some corrupted effects? Like, corrupted implicit effects that aren't good on belts? That sounds amazing, man. Like, for instance, a belt. I mean, sure, you can lose the life, but... I mean, I'll drop 40 life for a power charge any time of the day. Or like 6% more AoE. That's pretty cool. Invite them for candy. Oh god. Who gives soup? I do. Dude, kids are lucky there's no trick-or-treating in Poland. I just give them soup. Not even kidding. I'd be one of those weird people that gives like toothpaste or something. I just give them soup. Are you going to translate your lore in different languages in the near future? French, German, and Brazilian Portuguese translation are on their way. These will work on our international version of the game. Cool. Pets being kept between logins was supposed to be in patch soon after 2.0. Is this still on track? Yes, it's still being worked on and it's getting close. There are complexities that we've had to solve related to pets and hideouts. You know what would be funny? If instead of like your pet's not disappearing when you log out, them adding a logout timer to the game and being like, well, this is our fix. You can't log out now, bitch. Rip. I guess you could still leave. Just with a timer. Like an actual bowl of soup or like a can? No, just like a spoon, man. A bowl of soup? That's way too much soup to give away. Maybe it's like 10 kids or something, then I'd give them like one bowl and they can all take a sip. Become like soup brothers or something. Pets being, yeah. Is Flame Totem in a good spot? It's powerful, but I've personally argued in favor of keeping it that way for these leagues. What the fuck, Chris? Is this fucking shit all your fault? It doesn't dominate maps, but it's a cheap build for level. What the fuck? Its balance will be addressed at the end of these leagues. No way, man. You're an idiot. What? Chris, I love you, but what? Please, at least, like, give us a nerf for, like, racing. You're launching another race season and Flame Totem's gonna stay the same? Oh my god, man. You can't be serious. Oh my god, man. This is almost as bad as that question where they asked them if they prefer pie or soup. Oh boy. Please highlight that rage. What? I'm just kidding, guys, but like... I really wish they would have changed this. I really wish they would have changed this. Like, I've been talking about it so much. So fucking much, man. I'm gonna throw my hot sauce at a bitch. Like... Why would you ever ask for, like, player feedback for racing if you're not gonna listen to this? I did say I found something that would make you salty like 6 hours ago. This was it. Yeah, this shit definitely made me salty, man. Yeah, GGG prefers pie over soup. Game unplayable. I really consider it uninstalling. Templar Master Race. No, it's not about that. It's just like they implemented so many, like they did so many cool changes for leveling up, and so many skills are balanced. Like Ice Nova, Storm Call, Flame Surge, even Firestorm. I mean, it's a little bit better, but it's not accessible to every class. The fact that in a race scenario, in a 1 hour race, I have to mule Flame Totem on a Scion for 4 fucking minutes, like that doesn't make any sense, man. It's bad, it's bad, it's bad, it's like so bad. Oh boy. Alright, whatever. I'll just keep playing Shadow, I think. I don't think I'm gonna main Scion anymore. I mean, I haven't been maining Scion for a while now anyway. I still did well on Scion because I was maining it in the beginning of the season, but I'm probably gonna be maining Shadow from now on because you don't have to play Flame Totem, and you can still get decent runs in it. It's a little bit more RNG, but I really don't care. Just don't want to play Flame Totem. It breaks it. But whatever. Let's keep going. Will Master Mods have price changes again now that people are aware of them? Will Master Mods have price changes change again now that people are aware of them? That shouldn't be the case. I'd expect changes, but probably at the end of the current leagues. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. Let it stabilize a little bit. Any plans in a future budget to hire talent for game cinematics? This is expensive, but would be awesome in a theoretical, there we go, English, situation where we have more money than we need to add what we want to the game. Plus, good cinematics are always getting cheaper, it seems. Good cinematics are always getting cheaper. Okay, so it's like a graphics card, right? Why would anyone add? Why ask anyone for feedback except for myself? No, they asked like plenty of players racing for feedback. I mean, like, do people leveling up really care about the balance of Flame Totem? I don't think so. It mostly affects racers, like, or at least give us a penalty for races where it's like 20% weaker or something, and it's still gonna be quite powerful, and you're still gonna look to do it. But it's not going to be so extremely dominant, and you can focus on more interesting skills, like for instance Storm Call. You know, it has a delay, it's difficult to hit, it doesn't necessarily do the most damage because the skill is kind of lackluster right now, right? Whatever, but for leveling it's fine. Or focus on something like Flame Dash, cooldown based skill, which makes it a lot more difficult to play because it is a mobility skill on top of it, so you have to take that into account. Deals damage, positioning is crucial. Game knowledge is crucial. The way you not position mobs, but you have a strategy for your movement based off of the fact that Flame Dash can be so effective. But again, you have to build around the cooldowns and like top it off with other skills that synergize well with it. Flame Totem is like, you place that motherfucker on the ground and it kills everything anyway, like... What? It's like Flame Blast, man. You covered the entire screen. Great mechanic. Come on. Ay, 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 ay. It could be so much more, man! That's what pisses me off. The game is still fun, don't get me wrong. It's just what pisses me off is that they put in so much work and all of that goes to the fucking trash because they're limited by this one thing that isn't changing. Ay, 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 so unfortunate, so unfortunate. Are there plans to make Leo easier to level 50%? Yes, this needs changing. Yeah, basically the PvP guy needs to not do PvP. That's the fix. I love everything you do, GGG, but I've got an issue. Desync is gone, but 1 second long lagged spikes came to take its place. Those aren't unrelated. Yeah, this guy's got like a technical issue. Flame Totem is shit for anything but bosses. Oh, you motherfucker from Mustaine. I like don't care that you're a sub, dude. I'm gonna knock you out. Oh my god. Are there any plans on giving pets a use, I'm thinking of what they run. I'm thinking of that they run in the direction of map packs, or only do that behavior when the remaining monsters is less than 10. Giving pets a use. So like, what's that game called? Torchlight style, where they like go to town to sell items. Your reading skills are getting worse and worse. I don't think so. I think they're getting better. I'm probably like misreading 50% of the things, but I can actually make it through a sentence now without stuttering. So pretty happy. I'll see you. I'll see you, man. Avaragi. Thanks for tuning in, man. Call your ISP. Motherfucking cocksucking green dude. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Sergas. Nah, we're all having fun, guys. Nobody needs to take this seriously. I'm in a little bit of a trolley mood, so we're gonna have some fun freakouts and stuff like that. New skill there, the new skills they add are very uninspiring. Give rip shotgun removal, skill hype, fork skill, lol. Uninspiring? I don't know. So I felt for the longest time that something like wildfire needed to happen. I also feel like they're gonna be changing Frostblades. Like they've stated that they've been changed like testing stuff, but they really don't. Like, let's be serious. We know GG doesn't test their shit. Like, they just don't fucking do it. So I expect changes to Frostblades. It would be really cool if it would have built-in chain, or the option of auto-targeting the closest mob, not in a cone shape, but around the character in the proximity. With the projectiles, like auto-targeting them. Something like that would be a good solution, and then you can just tweak around the damage, because mechanically the skill is going to be interesting and strong. You know, so you can look into it being something like a kinetic blast, where it's a very like huge AoE type of ability, but it doesn't do a lot of damage, right? So yeah, I feel like there's going to be changes to it. But like, considering they released Act 4 and all that kind of shit, you know, a ton of new skills that they've been releasing, you really couldn't expect that much from the new abilities. Yeah, I mean, they're working their asses off, and it's really visible. And these type of things are better off when they're like underpowered than overpowered, right? So just try and keep that in mind. I'm sure there's going to be changes to Frostbaits, don't worry. Is this skill unusable? Yes. Is it Flame Totem? No. Wait for months before using? Yes. Great summary of that. This would be a purchasable advantage. Agree. What does GG financial situation look like? Are you making enough profits? We're making enough to keep developing Path of Exile and to create more expansions over time. Our team is currently at the largest size it has ever been. We're actively hiring. We'd be able to work faster and keep expanding with more funds. So please don't stop buying those supporter packs, please. Again, another plug, man. Such sellouts. Can you please fix the disconnected from server issue that can happen when a player tries to teleport back into a map where the teleport is at a point with too many mobs loot? We are still working on this. Yeah. Okay. Do any of the developers go for summoner playstyle? Yeah, of course they're gonna say yes, man. What the fuck kind of what? It's directly led to the recent Spectre microtransaction, for example. Here you go. How often does an inside joke make it into game? Work or colleague related references that get put into the item description or quest, etc. No player is likely to ever notice. It's mostly inside jokes, but you're not an insider. We try not to point them out because it ruins the fun. An example of those people people know about is the Woodful staff. Okay. Are you thinking about buffing Life Leech? We're looking at this. Somebody asked about Life Leech. Well, there you go. wanted magma orb to be usable on release? Is it really unreasonable to have wanted magma orb to be usable on release? Well, a lot more players were playing Ball Lightning and like Glacial Cascade, and magma orb is basically that, except fire, but it has like the exact same skill tree. So they needed to make it weak and shitty so that people get burned out on the other abilities, but they like the mechanics, so they're gonna come back to something like a magma orb, right? What a good answer, I know, right? Oh shit, I forgot about my soup! Rip? Oh boy. Looking won't change shit. I don't know what you're talking about, man. Alright. Yeah, my soup's been cold for a while, I think. But I've been talking so much. We're almost done, so let's just get it over with. And yeah, then I can chill out for the rest of the evening, and tomorrow... I mean, we're gonna be streaming like 20 hours tomorrow, and for the next week in general, I'm gonna be streaming from 16 to 20 hours every single goddamn fucking day. At least, well, I should say from 16 to an unlimited amount of time. To anyone that doesn't know, whenever a league launches or there's races happening or whatever, we tend to do 24-hour streams, 30-hour streams, 40-hour streams, 48-hour streams, and one time we even did a goddamn 70-hour fucking stream. So there's gonna be a lot more streaming happening, but sadly it's gonna be D3. So if you're not into that shit, I have a video on clarifying why I'm gonna be playing D3 for this part, for this for the next, you know, couple days. And then, yeah, next week, apparently, at the end of next week, there's gonna be new PoE stuff like races and all that kind of shit. So we'll be coming back for that and playing a lot of that. I still might be playing some PoE in between, but mostly it's gonna be D3. So, rip. Are you going to change the difficulty of acts? For example, Act 4 normal is pretty hard, and then in Act 1 cruel, it feels like the difficulty drops down quite a lot. This is something we're also looking at. Gotcha, man. You should have spread out these questions, dude. This doesn't look too good. Are you going to change map drop rates from maps? Actually, both of these are something that has been answered on the podcast, no? Yeah, it was a 70-hour stream in the 2-week race. I was basically a zombie for like 40 hours, and people thought I'm gonna die. Like, I'm gonna die in real life. So, yeah. Check Hedgie's rip. I don't wanna, like, he barely died. I don't wanna, like, watch it on stream, because he's streaming too, so it's kinda rude. I don't know. If you could jump in there and, like, ask, for instance, that would be cool. If he would be cool with it, for me watching it on the stream and plugging out his stream, don't mention that, but, like, I would, because Hedgie's a bro. But, yeah, if he's cool with it, I'll gladly watch it on stream and check it out. Throw my 2 cents in there. Are you going to change map drop rate from maps? We're pretty pleased with this at the moment, but we are monitoring it. 2.0.2 helped a lot. That was a sneeze. We have more players playing maps than we ever had before. Really? It actually affected the amount of players playing. What video about D3? I don't see it. It's a video from like way back, man. It's a video from last season. But it still applies. I can find it. The reason why I'm gonna check out D3. Here you go. To anyone that doesn't give a fuck, I'm not gonna, you know, play the video. But I linked it in chat, so if you're interested, here you go. I think I bring up some good points, and yeah, that's just my perspective on things. So if you're overly negative about D3, you might want to stay away from my stream for a little bit, because you know, when there's like so many, you know, since so many people from PoE hate D3 and so many people from D3 hate PoE, it tends to get a little bit too much of a shitstorm. So I might be a little bit too salty about this. So just keep that in mind when you're trolling me. I might be a salty the dog. And yeah. If you get banned, just message me such shit weapon. What? Fucking crap it. Shit weapon Cliffle. D3 just a few uniques and reset? Yeah, basically, but it's a fresh economy, so that's what interests me. No, I won't be playing hardcore anymore. Hardcore is boring, it's not competitive enough. And I mean, 2 seasons in a row, you know. I was like in the top while playing solo, and while playing with just about only Noogie, you know, we managed to like crush the hardcore ladder, which is a joke really, because you can like double the efforts, and we knew nothing about basically the game from all the changes and all that, and we still managed to crush it. So hardcore is not competitive enough, so we'll do softcore for the true, real, no lifiness. D3 has economy? No. So what? Well, it's a fresh economy. Yeah. It's a fresh. Okay, I should call it fresh start. Fuck you guys. Let's get back to the PoE stuff, all right? Now that the big push for Act 4 is over, do you intend to tackle the large queue of Diamond Eternal uniques? Yes, I had a meeting about this just yesterday afternoon. Okay. Master missions and maps block map mods. You literally cannot see half of them sometimes. The UI guys are aware of this and will fix it. Cool. Up until 2.0, every decent dev had at least one comment that said this is the reason she doesn't play hardcore. Now with Lockstep introduced, is there an increase in hardcore players? Yes. Cool. There is trading in D3. Like, for instance, even though my main group might be like a witch doctor, 2 demon hunters, and a barb is, I think somebody mentioned that before, or a monk is what somebody mentioned before, I'll most likely be farming with whatever the strongest int-based character is. Because if we're playing different builds, which is possible for witch doctor, we're getting drops that are all int-based, so we can trade around each other to figure out our own sets, and that's really interesting in the first 24 hours, and then gets real shitty, and it doesn't really matter. I mean, it matters if one player is getting boosted by the other players, essentially, and he's pushing for the ladder, and the other guys are actually helping out the group more than anything else, or expecting to get carried in like later stages of the game, right? But generally, there is an economy, alright? It's very group-oriented, but there is something, like, to look forward to. Yeah, but it does get boring really fast. Again, watch the video, I'll link it again. It expresses everything that I want to say about this, and let's just get back to the good stuff. Also, why did you remove the credits with the music? Will you bring it back? We got data to suggest that the credits playing when you finish normal difficulty encourage some players to stop playing at that point. Really? Oh, Jesus, followers. Coffee dog. Thanks, dude. I appreciate the follow. No, shit, more followers. Coozer. Thanks for the follow, dude. Welcome to the stream. Oh, shit, man. Jeebus Bunny. That's actually pretty interesting. Some people are like, oh, I completed the game. Let's get out of here. Shit game. Only 25 hours of gameplay, because that's how long it took me to get through normal. First time playing PoE. You can boost in Diablo. You can kind of carry your friends, yeah. Certain classes can carry other classes that are substantially weaker, but required for like proper Rift party play at higher, like greater lifts and all that kind of shit. So yeah. I got my set in 1 hour in D3, like 6 pieces. Well, that's great, man. I didn't get my set until 3 days in of playing 20 hours a day. I've never found a cookery other than level 31, and I've been playing a lot as well. You know, it's like saying, oh my god, Path of Exile is shit because I found, you know, I found the shavs on my first character, you know. It like doesn't matter, dude. It really doesn't. You don't play it for that. You play it for the fresh start. I play it because it's competitive more than anything. I mean, I wouldn't be playing D3 if it wasn't for the fact that they actually added ladders for like rifts and all that kind of shit. And you can be competitive and you can fight with other players and really out no life it. Because in PoE, it's kind of limited. You know, there's no like endless. At some point, it's a grind. There's no like endless difficulty, which is what I really enjoy, and the constant build up. It's just a cool grind for the couple days before it gets really fucking boring because there's very little replayability. But when you're actively looking into min-maxing your build against other players who don't quite know how to min-max their builds, then yeah. It's irksome to see a unique drop in Act 3 Merciless difficulty, only to discover that the unique is a normal mode item class. I don't get it. Have you ever considered enforcing minimum item level requirements for unique drops based on the difficulty mod? This is factored into how often the unique drops. We remove the lower ones, you'd find fewer uniques. Oh, okay, yeah, well, that makes a lot of sense. So I guess this guy just was butthurt that it's the same people that are butthurt about finding sewers in 76 maps. Shots fired. Get 100 legendaries per hour? Dude, you want to join our group? Like, you gotta teach me something. I wish 100 legendaries dropped for me also in an hour. Goddamn. Alt F4, why keep this function? Because it's part of Windows. God. Alright, I need some soup after this one. One sec, give me like a 3-minute break, guys. I'm just gonna run to the toilet real quick, pick up some soup. Oh my god, one sec. 3-minute commercial break. Alright, we're good. Oh shit, is the music over? Rip? Hey, more followers. Thank you guys. Give me 1 second though. I feel like Diablo music's a little bit too scary, man. Oh. It's gonna get copywritten though. Fuck. I mean, would I really upload this to YouTube? It's like a 5-hour video, dude. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I guess, man. Whatever. Let's do it. Bastion music. Nah, we'll stick with this. Um, there was something that I wanted to mention. What was it? Oh yeah, I wanted to ask you guys something. Okay, I remember that I had a question now. What was the question? Oh my god, man. I was like in the kitchen. Soup was happening. What was the fucking question? Oh, I can't remember. Maybe later. Maybe in a little bit. Alright, that was a little bit more disgusting than I wanted it to be. Yeah, the question is, what is the question? I feel like I have to recreate what I was doing. Oh my god, I can't remember. Alright, do you think there should be more efforts done at obtaining and keeping new players? How do you think you can achieve this? Yeah, for sure, we've put a lot of effort into this in the past year, and with the change to early game tutorials, changing where you get support gems, how sockets spawn, there's always more that can be done. We just have to make sure it doesn't interfere with existing players. Gotcha. Slurping on toilet soup isn't disgusting. No, dude, I had like a really legit question. Fuck. I feel like I have to go to the kitchen again to recreate that question. It was something really legit. It was one of those, like, is that weird questions. So I'm sure some people are gonna freak out about this, but I can't remember what it was. No, I just cannot. And no, it's not 42. Calm down. Regal orbs sound great on paper, but their targets only seem to gain a single affix as a result of the transition from magic or rare. Yeah, no kidding. It's like the point of the orb. Cook up a new question. I can't remember. Is it weird to slurp on toilet soup? No, I don't need a confirmation for that. I know it's not weird. Any sort of soup is the only soup to be eaten. Alright. If you... I don't know. This is like a pretty poor question. The answer is gonna be no, we're not changing it. And like, I don't know what you're talking about. Do you feel that with all the cool D content have been added, strong boxes, corrupted areas, blah blah blah, are you concerned that the extra content is starting to get saturated and is possibly taking away from the main gameplay more than it's adding? This is a good problem to have. It means there's lots of cool content to be made available. Certain places so that it's not overwhelming. We do want players to run into the right amount of interesting stuff to do while playing. Yeah, I feel like GG has a nice balance when it comes to this kind of stuff and like adding map mods and all that kind of shit. It's good. How to call yours Etops and Havoc's new podcast? You like ask the 3 of the fucking laziest PoE streamers. Like, we're not lazy as in we don't do stuff for like the background for the streams to be, you know, interesting. It's just that anything outside of that, like that doesn't it doesn't involve the game and like actually requires fucking action. You like ask the 3 laziest streamers ever to do shit like that. Like what? I can map with Havoc and Etup, but that's like the extent of how far our, you know, our efforts go, man. That's it. Given the free-form nature of build creation, passive allocation, okay. How do you go about safeguarding the game from creative combinations that your player base would regard as broken? Any memorable player mechanics that have really caught you off guard? Why didn't we think of that moment? That's actually really interesting. Well, we work hard to make sure. Oh, you're leaving? I'll see you, Sunjin. Good night, man. It's nice seeing you here. Yeah, I've seen the Kanai Cube thing. What's the playlist right now? It's just WoW music. It's WoW music from Wrath of the Lich King. I can link it here. Always make soup in the toilet. Dude, I would. If the toilet was the only place where I could make soup, I fucking would. Like, I don't care. It gets pulled out anyway, I guess, right? I guess it's still toilet water. Alright. We work hard to make sure the core mechanics are robust and they work well when min-max to extreme levels. We have confidence that if a crazy combo exists, our players will find it and that it won't ruin the game. They may require some balancing if the player outsmarts us and use them in a crazy way we didn't predict. A memory example of player found interaction is here. Alright. Kamikaze clones. Oh, yeah. Oh, man. That's really cool. Yeah, that was a good one. Alright, good night, Sanjit. Actually, a quick explanation to anyone that hasn't heard about this build or maybe wasn't playing at this time, because I know there's a lot of new players, or players that just haven't heard about this shit. Essentially what you did, you needed to go low life and you needed to have like a exact amount of life for low life, so that the percentages would be like exact for, because it was a bug, right? For your mirror arrow clones to explode immediately upon landing. And this wasn't an intended mechanic, but yeah, they would do that, and you would work that with Prolif, and since they scaled off of your life initially, and this has been rebalanced a couple of times, but it was getting like rebalanced, it seemed like they didn't know how to remove the mechanic, so instead they fought with it by rebalancing it. Oh, I'll see you at Christmas. And yeah, this would do like absurd amounts of damage. We're talking about like proliferate that covers the entire screen and does like literally millions of damage. But the problem was that every time you would level or change your gear, you would have to rework your low lifeiness, otherwise it wouldn't work. So it was like incredibly like fucking gimmicky and broken, but it would work miracles. And yeah, in the end they had to remove it, so it's no longer available in the game. But there you go. Can you show a vid of it? There's some videos here. I'm not sure. I know Half Radius was actually one of the people doing a build like this, but you can see an example here. This is like a resist enfeeble something map. And yeah, the guy would like essentially, I think this is already after the nerfs, because this is it's actually not doing that much damage. I think this is like after the nerfs, because at some point this was doing like millions and millions and millions of damage. This is like a bad build, man. I don't know. I have to ask Half Radius for some videos so that you guys could watch this. Oh, it's a fracture map, so there's that also. But like you can see that, you know, in a 6-man group this would kill anything instantly, and I'm pretty sure this is already after the nerfs, because you can see that he one-shot a rare there, but this was doing way more damage, and we're talking about like very end game Wood and Feeble, and you can see that it kills anything just about instantly. You know, it's like fucking ridiculous. It's crazy. Oh shit, you have to zoom back in. Alright, but that was a really interesting question. I was kind of hoping that they were going to mention something from me. Like, it was clear that they nerfed Elemental Cyclone pretty much as soon as Castamolecule, the Cycloner, got like a little bit more popular. They could have mentioned Moors with like the acro block thing. That's something interesting that we also did. I guess I don't do good builds. None of our shit gets nerfed other than Dumblow. I feel like maybe they didn't expect Dumblow to get so out of hand. But yeah, this is definitely a great example of how GG didn't expect something great. Prolif one-shotting rares. Yeah. It's like crazy, dude. It was completely broken. Yeah. I think this is after the change. Yeah, that was a blue pack. I mean, you don't even see the mobs. This is supposed to be a degen. Rare necro just go one shot. Like, that doesn't make any sense, man. All right. As a Magic Finder character, I would like to know what are my possibilities of getting, for example, a new Shafts chest. You'll find those if you play long enough. Yeah, okay, that's fair. It's like they can't really answer values. Any feedback on how you feel the recipe for the Goddess Bound and its reveal Enigma went? Any chance to see repeated for new or unknown recipes in the future? That was awesome, and I think it'd be cool to do it again in the future. Actually, I have no idea what they're talking about. Can you please fix Hakalomana Lake corrupted fishing zone? Instead of spawning its signature fish Hakalo, it is spawning stonefish, which should be exclusive to fishing in the Kalajav Mountains. This is frustrating because my fishing collection has been sitting on 227 out of 228 fish ever since 2.0. When you encountered this problem, was the foreign fish tempest active on the area? Foreign fish tempest, what the fuck? Willie's no attack speed cycle nerd? Nah, Willie highlighted that, but like, people have been doing that for literally months before. That's basically how Cyclone worked for like a couple months. It was broken for like a really long time. I mean, shit, I was abusing it too. I mean, that was partially the reason why the LA Cycloner, the Castamolecule character, was so fucking overpowered. You skipped the question, really? Oh shit, you're right, thank you. How do you feel a distinction, or do you believe there is not one, between a very powerful build and build that is broken? How do you balance rewarding careful and clever community build creation and the need to maintain a balanced metagame? I'm so sorry about my reading skills, guys. So that not everyone is running around using a single build skill mechanic. When an overwhelming amount of players drop what they're doing and shift to playing a new build, it's often too broken. When gameplay is removed, it's often too broken. This stuff requires a lot of thought. Tough judgment calls, really? One of the goals that we're still working on is for players to feel they're playing a broken build without it actually ruining the game. Yeah. And that was a big problem for GGG, we know about that. Like, they didn't want to change crit or prolif because too many people were playing it, so they really have to react like before everything gets out of hand. Yeah, this is like a really try-hard fishing joke. Alright. One person claimed the sound effects from monsters being hurt apply very frequently and are the cause of some performance issues, and that's why no sound launch option helps. Are you working on sound related performance fixes? This is being investigated, thanks. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely something about no sound that really improves. Actually, if you guys don't care about the sounds in the game, if you're playing your own music and you just don't care about anything, there's a no sound option that you can add to your shortcut. That's gonna mean that it's gonna disable all the audio options for your game, and it's greatly gonna improve your loading times and your game's performance. So just keep that in mind if you're having any performance issues. That might be a solution. Also, looking into the text files with the configuration on your visual settings is something you can also do, but you should be googling that because it's just easier. Yes, I will play S4. Can we please get some modifications to the map overlays? One of our developers has been experimenting with a system for this. It's not close to being ready, but headway is being made. Modifications to the map overlays, that's actually interesting. Just Google it, let me fish, just Google it, look it up. I mean, if you can't play the game and if you crash and, you know, fucking the game is unplayable, you're better off playing with no sound than not playing the game, right? So that's why a suggestion like that, I feel, is valid for some people. And this is something that not too many people talk about anymore because, yeah, most people don't have to run this anymore. Yeah, it's better to run minus no sound than minus no game. Other two heralds still being worked on. Anything you can tell us about them? They're currently not something we're working on, as the original mechanic were filled by other mechanics like counterattacks, fortify, and the new war cries. We'll certainly see more in the future. I think they're talking about was it Herald of Anarchy and Herald of some shitamajig? I don't remember. Are you satisfied with the current keystones? Are there any new keystones in mind or changes you're thinking of for current ones? We're always looking at exciting new options for the skill tree. New keystones are part of this process. A keystone has to be extremely robust to justify addition to the tree. Ones that fail these high standards make good unique items. That's actually a very solid design policy. I like that a lot. Oh my god, are we close to the end? Do you plan to add a restart button to the EXP hour calculator? It would make it so much more useful and accurate. Good idea. I'll talk to the team about it. That's actually a great idea, because currently you have to not only log out of your character, but also close down your game for your EXP counter to update itself. So yeah, it's a pretty big deal. It's really annoying. It's frustrating. No PvP. Hashtag motherfucking green dude. Yeah, some people don't care about in-game time. So if it improves load times, it'll be nice. Yeah, man, for sure. It will make your load times like it made my load times on both the normal client and on the Steam client about 4 times faster. And the overall game performance was also much better. But keep in mind that this was way before 2.0. Like this is, I'm talking like 8 to 10 months ago. So maybe some changes have, you know, went through since then, and the overall performance of the game is not as much affected by like sound and all that kind of shit. So it could be to a lesser extent, but it's still gonna help you out, I'm sure. Do you plan? Okay, who comes up with names such as Doressa, Combe, Chavron? So pretty cool, by the way. Eric, our creative director, and Edwin, our writer. Edwin, also known as the bad guy from Baldur's Gate. Was it Edwin? God, am I brain farting right now? Yeah, hell yeah, Edwin. Let's go. Alright. I fucking hated that guy. But I like the writer. Feels like the chance of 6-linking was increasing 2.0. Can you confirm this? The chance was not changed anytime recently. Having said that, we've added so many systems to make it easier over the years, corruption for each equality fusing, etc. So I'm not surprised that it feels easier now than it did before. Makes sense. Or Edwina. Spoiler alert. Is there a link to Morse's rant? Dude, I'm sure if you go on his stream, maybe it's somewhere in there. I also don't know if Etup doesn't have a link to it. You'd have to look it up, dude. Dude, bro. Bro, Jetro, man, dude. I have a question about the GFX engine. Is there any plans? Come on, man. Do you even English? It's like one thing that I spotted, but I have to point it out because I'm an idiot. Right? That's how the internet works. Is there any plans to add... Dude, if this is correct, actually, I'm gonna cry. Are there any plans, right? It should be. Oh, God. To add physics like ragdoll effects to the game in the future. Why are there so many questions trying to make PoE into D3? God damn it. This one is tricky because the game cares a lot about corpse positions. If the ragdoll system predicted the wrong corpse location on the client versus the server, that would be bad. Having said that, Lockstep solves this kind of problem for a lot of players. Yeah. I mean, you can't move the corpses anyway if you can't see them, so either way it's gonna end up being okay. No, this is a good Moore's rant. Oh, I'll see you, Agridon. Good night, man. How financially successful are the random goodie box microtransactions? That's actually an interesting question too. Are they any more profitable than normal MTXs, or are they about the same? They're very popular enough that we don't plan to run them often. While we introduce one for the Ember Week race season, we don't plan to add one for the next week's seasons. Cool. Will you reduce trade chat spam? Yes, we worked on this today. A subtle consequence of us turning trade chat off by default is that the average player in the channel types more lines now, as they self-selected to join it. We split it into more channels. Oh, that's cool. Interesting. Yeah, Ragdoll, you know, it's like that question about graphics. It's like, who cares? I mean, I guess people from the outside care. People who are already playing this game. I mean, let's be serious. It's not like it's gonna block off your gameplay or something like that if you know, you can see a longer nose and a shadow or something. Will you add an option to rework the text of the auto AFK message and turn on, turn off? Yes, this is a change that is planned, of course. How tired are you of us players screaming about this or that being overpowered and then complaining about nerfs? We realize that it's generally different players in each group rather than players who complain about both simultaneously. Oh, here we go. Simultaneously. Fuck, I think I got it. I don't know. I've been talking too much. It's hard. As long as the complaints are phrased in a friendly, positive manner, we're okay. There are a lot of passive-aggressive questions in this thread. Many players have a tendency to always either 40 health or a skill point from bandits rewards in normal. I see that the option to get either maximum mana from a Lyra or maximum resist from Kraden is still available. Do you think this is the right approach for the game? These are picked more than you think. I agree. Simultaneously. No, fuck, I can't do it anymore, man. I feel like we had the same issue a couple days ago and I nailed it back then, but I just can't do it now. In addition, we absolutely think that offering choices is the right approach for the game. We do not plan to remove less popular choices. Balance changes can and have been done that affect the result of these decisions. Why don't you add more 3D unique art in the game? We are at the best pace that we can. 2.0.2 introduced 15 new pieces of 3D art for unique items, for example. These art assets are expensive and time consuming to produce, so the pace isn't going to be very fast. Yeah, but they're being done, so I feel like it's a pretty good pace. But I bought a backpack today. I'm really happy about that. Oh, actually I should, yeah, maybe after the stream. Big success. Very nice. I like. I've heard people say it both ways. I feel like I'm just mumbling, you know? It's just very like... It's like that. Words that are like very long and composed of letters that are difficult to pronounce in Polish, like in sequence. It's just gonna be a problem for me. Simultaneously. Simultaneously. I don't know. There's like a lot in there that I don't like. How many people have finished 8 out of 8 in Tempest and Warbands? 92 players. I should have posted about this in the news when we hit 50, but I was overseas and forgot. Sorry. Are you also gonna apologize for the race season not being posted? Or ending of? Oh shit. Last 3 questions. Holy crap. We're almost done after 4 hours. Will map bosses get the same audio treatment as Mervo just did in patch 2.0.2 since personally and or boss recognition is non-existent in maps? Maps are somewhat separate to the core game and their bosses aren't part of the Path of Exile story. Makes sense. That's why they don't have personality or voice acting, so kind of like D3 Ubers, I suppose, or D2 Ubers. Having said that, improving the atmosphere and immersion around map bosses is a great goal to work towards. We really like it when players have memorable experiences with map bosses. Yeah, my memorable experience with every map boss is I fucking died to it and I killed it. How sick are you of players complaining? Really, boom, waste of a question. Some of the questions have to be this way. Don't try and be too judgmental. I mean, it's literally like 170 questions. When was the last time you got an AMA like this? You know, from any game developer ever. Backpack hype. When Rise opens his mouth, the only words I understand is kurwa, kurwa, kurwa. Ay, ja pierdolę. You guys got a pretty good laugh out of that Polish kid the other day, huh? He was so surprised when we were playing CS. Some Polish kid started swearing at me, and I fucking went after him. He like shit his pants. You could see in his voice. You could hear in his voice that he was just like, "Oh shit." That was pretty funny. Get a nice reaction out of chat. Although there were only like 200 people watching. Please make a kick player from hideout button. You can always build a box around them out of decorations. Oh my god. Backpackerito. Is this a troll thread? Look through 30 pages and no GG answer. Don't think I'll waste any more time here. Yeah, best not to. God. Fucking idiots. Oh boy. Is there a highlight of that? No, but I'll get a highlight going because it was like, I don't know, you guys were pretty. It was pretty funny. It seems. I didn't notice how funny it was at first, but then somebody like people really started to point it out, and I replayed it on the stream. It was like really funny because the kid was just like, "Oh shit, what I do now?" Well, that was the 187 questions Q&A from GGG. Some things to summarize it with. I mean, oh goddamn, man, good stuff. A replay now. You'd have to find it for me. I don't know where it is. It's in the last stream somewhere in the CS portion, in the beginning of CS, I think. In the beginning of one of the matches. But I really don't know. Okay, a summary. Good stuff, man. I mean, there were some bullshit answers for sure. I mean, Chris has to be political about these things, and sometimes there has to be a wasted question where it's basically a PSA for them to just like... I mean, it's basically an FAQ, right? So they have to like kind of announce some things, so you can see that some questions they picked out for that reason. But in general, a lot of really cool insight, a lot of really cool questions, you know. This ended up being a 4-hour conversation. I wouldn't even call it a conversation. I was trying to get through it, so you know, we had some discussions going, and it was pretty interesting. And it definitely, like I said, sparked a lot of discussion. So I've really enjoyed that. I thought it was really cool. I hope they do more of these in the future because it really opens up your eyes on, you know, how many issues a game dev has to face. And this is like 187 questions out of fucking the 4 bajillion, you know, questions that they get every day and they have to deal with. So yeah, man, they're real fucking people. Let's treat them like that, right? I know I can be a scumbag towards GG sometimes, but it's either all in good fun or out of frustration because of my love for this game. So just try and keep that in mind. whenever you hear me baby rage about certain things. Flame Totem for another 2 months of racing. Motherfucker! I warned you about the chili sauce, man! But yeah. That was good. Nice gameplay, I know. Would you say it was a good point